Hello, good morning, and welcome again to day 4 of the game Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And we remind you that in the first inning, Leeward's 352, and Guyana responded with 188 all out. And in the second inning, the Leeward's team 295, and Guyana overnight 67 for 1. It means that the Harpy Eagles require 393 runs today if they are to win this game. And for the Leewards, it's a matter of 9 wickets. Good morning, Earl Smith.
Good morning, Carlisle, and good morning to viewers. And another bright sunny day here at Warner Park. And this promises to be a fine display of cricket. And of course, the edge is with the Leeward Islands team. Guyana needing some 393 runs to win this game, or perhaps needing to bat all day to win this game. There should be a simple question of just about 90 overs, Carlisle, plus another 15 overs or so in the last hour. So quite some batting there to be had by the Guyanese team.
Play is scheduled to start at 10. The umpires are out in the middle. And by my clock, it's showing a minute to 10 o'clock. And we're still awaiting the Leeward's team to take the field. And in these modern times, Earl, what you see happening is that the players come on the field and they have a huddle and they seem a little bit obvious to time.
Well, of course, we still have to think in terms of the umpire's clock. And, of course, the umpires might have a slightly different time to us, but the players are out, though. But, Carlisle, interestingly, the Guyana team opted to use a light roller this morning on the track. And your thoughts on that?
Not surprised at all. Why bring a heavy roller to break up the pitch if there are any cracks out there? And I looked at it, and it still looks a very good pitch. The marks are not any deeper than you would expect them to be, especially when you have a left-arm seamer out there who is bowling. Not any deep cracks that would cause any major concerns.
Yes, and certainly, as is good cricket sense, the Guyana team opting to use that light roller as opposed to the heavy roller, and as you rightly said, to break up the track. But it's a good solid surface, and who knows, it might not necessarily have broken up the track. In fact, it might have taken some of the life out of it, if there's any life left in there at all. But interestingly, we're going to see Ward open the attack this morning from the far end.
He did bowl yesterday, Terence Ward, towards the close of the inning. He sent down 1 over and conceded 1 run. And so the captain will be keeping him on from that far end. And the Leeward starting with a slip. And there's a fielder who will go to forward short leg. And then there is backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. On the onside, there's a fielder down at long on. Then there is a mid-on who is straight. Then there is a fielder at mid-wicket and 1 down at square leg. And so we are about ready to start this morning. And for Guyana, they will be looking to bat as long as possible. Indeed, they would be looking to save this game. Perez is on 20, and he'll be taking first strike this morning.
Of course, if Guyana is to get anywhere close to saving this game, a lot depends on Chandra Paul. You would have to bat long, get a very big score, and bat deep. But I'm wondering too, Carlisle, if I'm not too sure. You might recall who finished that at this end yesterday. It might be a question of Ward bowling 1 over to switch around a bowler.
First runs for the morning, turn down backward of square. And so Perez goes to 21. And Guyana 68 for the loss of 1. Shandapal is on 40.
And he's gotten a start, but this is a fresh day. And he would be looking to settle in once more. Lots of time to bat, Guyana. And I'm sure at this point they will not have any designs on scoring those runs, those 392 runs now required. So he has a lot of time to bat and a lot of time to build the innings.
During the course of the morning's play, I'll take a look at those persons who have scored a century in each inning in our first-class tournament, taking you all the way back to 1966. End of the over, 1 completed, 1 run from it. Shandapal is on 40, Perez is on 21, and Guyana 68 for 1. And suppose I tell you that I was pleasantly and unpleasantly surprised when I found out that since 1966, it has only been done 11 times in terms of batsmen scoring a century in each inning of a match in the first-class competition in the Caribbean. And not only that, only 1 player has done it twice. 1967, Roy Fredericks, 127 and 115. Guyana against Barbados at Border. 1970, Joey Carew, 164 and 101. Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica at the Queen's Park Oval. 2001, Stuart Williams, 160 and 114. The Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago at Quara Park in Trinidad, as Louis will be opening the account in terms of his bowling from the pavilion end this morning. There are 2 slips and a gully for him, and he will be bowling to Perez.
Carlisle, the question is which bowler? We know that Chandrapal would be a critical element of the Guyana's batting today, but in terms of bowling, Louis has been very successful so far in this year's tournament. He has picked up some 11 wickets in the 2 matches he has played so far, and he could play a critical role today. Is the captain Cornwall, who bowled quite well yesterday. Durham, of course, got four wickets in the first innings.
Cricket is a simple game, Earl. There are some people who complicate the game. You just allow the game to flow. Leewards are looking for 9 wickets today. Guyana are looking to bat out the day's play or to get to those 392 runs which are required. Don't worry too much about complicating the game, Earl, wondering who will bowl when and how and where and for how long. Turned into the onside, brings the fielder from the long leg boundary, and they'll have a single. So Perez goes on to 22, and it's 69 for 1. In 2005, Chris Gale 131 and 150 not out. Jamaica versus the Leeward Islands at Alpart in Jamaica. 2006, Ryan Hines 168 and 150. Barbados versus the Leeward Islands at the Conquering playing field in St. Thomas. 2007, Brenton Parchment, 111 and 168 not out. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago at Alpart in Jamaica. We're looking at the list of persons who have scored 100 in each inning of a first-class game in the Caribbean from 1966. Delivery on the legs, turned into the onside by Shanda Paul for 2. And he moves on to 42. Scores 71 for 1. Just a little bit too straight on that occasion.
Yes, guilty of bowling on the pads of Shanda Paul. And he played it well into the onside for 2 runs.
But he's bowling at a fuller length, and this is where the bowlers in this game, the faster bowlers, have been successful.
Yes, and in fact, he got Shanda Paul with a fuller length delivery, which was pitched just on about off stump in the first innings and moving slightly away, taking the edge.
Shot on the body, turned into the onside. And he gets another run, Shanda Paul, to take him to 43.
Shanda Paul has looked good in this innings, though, Carlisle. He has been very positive, his approach to his batting. And he's looking to score, he's looking to rotate the strike, he's picking up singles. And he's looking to put the bad balls away. So this has been a pretty good innings by Shanda Paul so far, as we see the St. Kitts Nevis flag fluttering in the breeze.
Again, full of length. 72 for 1 at the end of the over. Perez is 22 and Shanda Paul is on 43. As we continue with our list of persons who made 100 in each inning of a first-class game here in the Caribbean. Devon Smith in 2013, 139 and 106. Winwards versus the CCC, and he did that at the Darren Sammy Stadium. 2015, Craig Brathwaite, 102 and 112. Barbados versus Guyana at Kensington. 2017, here comes Devon Smith again. 107 and not out, and 154. Winwards versus Jamaica, again at the Darren Sammy Stadium. In 2023, Darren Sammy, 100. Darren Bravo, 100 and 100 not out. Trinidad and Tobago versus the Leewards at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Change of bowling from the far end, and it is Cornwall. And then in 2024, beg your pardon, Michael Louis at Warner Park in St. Kitts, 113 and 130.
Carlisle, I sort of anticipated that. I think Cornwall would have bowled the last over from this end last evening, and the one over given to Terence Ward was to switch around the bowlers. So I'm not surprised at all that he picked up the attack from the far end. But certainly, Michael Louis has joined the list of elite players, and these are players who have gone on to our playing Test cricket or played with Test cricket for the West Indies, and he is hoping he follows in that rank.
Good delivery from Cornwall. Just dragged onto the onside there by Shanda Paul, but a little bit of a fall shot.
I think the spell by Cornwall could be a defining spell in this match. The leading spinner, of course, in the Leeward Islands team, and the spinner who has been very successful at regional level.
End of the over, 72 for 1, maiden over by Cornwall.
Starts well. Starts with a maiden. But the batsmen, the Perez and Chandra Paul, I'm pretty certain they would be enjoying the conditions in which to bat today. A flat track, bright, sunny, and you could not ask for better conditions in which to bat. Leeward Islands, on the other hand, would be looking for that first breakthrough, looking to open the floodgates, because sometimes one wicket could bring 2 and 3 and apply further pressure to the batting team.
You spoke about the 11 wickets of Jeremiah Louis, and you have to admire the strength of character of this young man. Just before the start of this year's tournament, he had a house fire where he lost everything.
Yes, sir, certainly showing sound character, resilience, and coming and performing well. And not only those 11 wickets, he has scored a well-played 45 for the Leewards. But I think he also has good family support around him too, and that certainly would strengthen him. And the fact too that his brother has done so well, I'm sure that too would be uplifting for Jeremiah Louis.
Again, good full length by Louis, forcing the batsman to play. Perez is behind it. He's on 22. He has been there now for some 96 deliveries, but he's not in any hurry to get runs.
Of course,
nor should he be.
Nor should he be. But and of course, yesterday he would have faced most of these delivery, but it was very important for the Guyana team not to lose another wicket yesterday. And he and Chandra Paul took it to the end.
Just short of Cornwall at first slip. But again, very good line by Jeremiah Louis. Foolish, just outside the off stump, forcing the batsman to play, and he played it very well. He played it with soft hands, and it just dropped short of Cornwall there at first slip.
Yes, for one moment I thought it might have carried to him, but he certainly would have played it with soft hands, and that took the pace off, and it just dropped just in front of Cornwall, who is at first slip.
In the air, chance of a catch there. It touched the fingers of Jeremiah Louis, and maybe he was not as alert as he could have been.
Maybe, and maybe the fact that he was following through, he would have mistimed it.
Yes, it came from high on the bat, and Louis apparently didn't expect it. And he stuck up a hand, it didn't stick in his hand, and they got a single. But he was pushing and probing at this one, and didn't play it with the kind of soft hands that you expected.
So Louis inducing what we could consider to be 2 false shots in this over. Switches to around the wicket for Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul is getting across to his off stump and covering well. So he's really batting well in this inning so far.
73 for 1.
This innings, of course, requires a lot of patience and common sense from the Guyanese batsmen. You've seen Mikel Louis getting 200s in this match so far. And perhaps at least one of the Guyanese batsmen need to bat long and get a big 100 if they are to save this game, or if they are to come close to getting the runs.
Nice bounce there from Cornwall.
Bit of turn too.
Yep, stayed away into the offside. No runs. There has been some bounce in the pitch for the spinners.
Yes, and of course Cornwall, who is a very tall man, should extract more than the others.
The turn has not been sharp, but the bounce has been very good.
Yes, yes, certainly. Perez has not settled as well as Chandra Paul, and it seemed as though he could easily give a chance to the Leeward Islands bowlers. Probably needs to try and settle down a bit more.
Another over completed quickly by Cornwall, another maiden over. And the score remains on 73 for 1. Chandapal is on 43. And 23 to Perez. Remember, Guyana started this morning from the overnight position of 67 for 1. Don't know if you follow English football, Earl, but I'll tell you that Liverpool are 4-1 up on Brentford. And I see a very clenched fist away to my left. In celebration, Liverpool, of course, at the top of the table, looking to extend their lead.
Obviously, a Liverpool supporter.
87 minutes gone in the game, 4-1 up Liverpool.
That's virtually over.
And in one of the quirks of the game, the manager, his side is at the top of the table, but he has said that he is ready to walk away.
Well, some people likes to walk away from the top of the game when they are most successful.
Good delivery, solidly in behind this Chandapal. And he's probably telling himself, listen, I need to get a few here. And since I'm in, I need to make it count.
Well, he has a start. It's a very good opportunity for him to get a good score. It's a good batting track, good batting conditions, good seeing light, bright and sunny. So he could not ask for more in order to get a good score here today. But he's looked very good so far.
Full toss on the legs. There's a bit of a mix-up, but it was not collected cleanly by the fielder down there at mid-wicket. And so any chance of a run out goes a begging. Shanda Paul and Perez seem to have had a little miscommunication, but Michael Louis was unable to pick up cleanly. And so the single is had. It's 74 for 1. Shanda Paul moves on to 44.
Yes, Michael Louis fumbling a bit. And it possibly could have been a run out. Slight misunderstanding between the two batsmen. But in the end, both of them got home safely.
Looking across at Nevis, Earl reminds me that this year, Nevis will be celebrating the 50th anniversary of its Culturama cultural festival, which is held late July, early August. And as part of the celebration, the Berridge Hurrill one-day matches between St. Kitts and Nevis will return after a long break.
And I would have seen practically all of those.
Delivery played away into the offside to bring up the end of the over, 74 for 1. And Shanda Paul is on 44, Perez on 23. And so those matches which were held between St. Kitts and Nevis, very, very competitive.
Very. In fact, we would have had some epic matches. And I could remember one match in particular. I think it was Al Libert and Livingston Sargent batting rather slowly. Nevis had lost a number of wickets. And, the spectators, they felt that they were going too slowly, but they were rebuilding. And in the end, they got home quite safely. I think Conrad Bartlett, for example, came in, struck a couple sixes, and up the tempo. And those days, the scores of 200 was a very good score, although it was a 50 over affair.
Delivery which is taking the batsman on the pad may have been pitched outside the line of the leg stump. And umpire Ramdani has been firm in his shouts. Oh, pitched outside the line of the leg stump. That's not going to be out. Coming back in, hitting him in front. But the rules say if it's pitched outside leg, it has to be not out for LBW. Shanda Paul is taking his time to settle. He's an experienced player, has been around for a bit.
Speaking of Culturama though, Carlisle, I think sometime last year, one of the founders of Culturama, Teacher Erms, made it to her 90th birthday. And I've not seen her for a while. She's from my neck of the woods in Nevis. But I understand she's still going strong.
And still good the last time I saw. You're talking about last year as well. We should say that there was a fantastic celebration for El Comido Willett to mark the 50th anniversary of him making the West Indies side.
In fact, a book was published in his honor. Father and Sons by Steve Manners.
$74 for 1 at the end of the over. Slow going here, but this is cricket, and this is how cricket should be played. Batsmen should want to bat, and they should have a high value on their wickets.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a question of who would wilt first, whether the bowler will or the batsman will. And of course, the batsman would have to concentrate quite a bit in this situation. And Guyana cannot afford to lose early wickets. In fact, lose too many wickets, if any, before the lunch and interval. So these two would be looking to bat long.
Jeremiah Louis bowls to Perez, and he's turning it into the onside there, no runs. The Berridge Hoyle matches I told you about, people have been messaging asking for dates. July 28th and August 4th. Both matches will be played at the E.T. Willett Park in Charlestown in Nevis. And having said Berridge, let me say good morning to Richard Berridge. Hope you're listening. And of course, the Berridge Hoyle matches are played in honor of some outstanding cricketers from St. Kitts and Nevis. And the Berridge related to Richard Berridge. Richard was never as good as Patchett or Edgar, but I'm told that he was very good at golf. Good morning to you, Richard. Outside the off stump, left alone, and Louis has been bowling a very good line. He has been forcing the batsmen to play.
Yes, he certainly has been. And speaking of Berridge Hoyle Trophy, I think Nevis would have won that competition more times than their counterpart, St. Kitts. And of course, you're sending me now, Carlisle, to go and try to dig up and try to see if I could find any records at home. Trevor Parry, of course, might be the best man to get those records from. But Carlisle, what sort of team does the Nevis Cricket Association has at this point? What sort of experience? Is it a team built around youngsters?
Played into the offside, checked it. Good delivery, forcing the batsman to play. Just one delivery left in the over. Guyana 74 for 1. Of course, having not played the Leeward Islands tournament for such an extended period of time, and only having played last year, you still have to give everybody an opportunity to put their hands up and say, I deserve a place in the team. Well, I suppose you'll have a mix of youngsters and some experienced people in the team as well.
Well, we'll look forward to those matches.
End of the over, 74 for 1. Perez is on 23. Chandapal is on 44. And we'll take a break and be back with you in just a few minutes. Cornwall continues. Chandapal plays it away into the offside. Partnership between these two is 62 runs.
Yeah, it has good morning to Carlisle. Of course, thanks a lot to Earl Smithson as well. And this partnership probably causing some worry for the Leeward Islands because they would know that T.H. Chandapal has a big appetite, an insatiable appetite for batting.
And he hasn't been getting many recently, so he would want to cash in here.
Yeah, the top order of the West Indies test team, there has been a bit of a concern You see Craig Brathwaite out of Barbados. He continues to fail in that position. So he would want to get some runs as well. Tej Chandapal has not been getting. He'll get a single here. So he will want to also put his hands up, because if there should be a casualty, Carlisle, at the top of the order for the West Indies, more than likely it will be Chandapal.
Absolutely. You have a choice between two. I think the captain would keep his place.
Yeah. Of course, there are a number of people prematurely so far, but Louis is starting to get into the conversation around the Caribbean. I think people will be looking at Louis and they'll want to see that he has a good regional, a solid regional tournament. Well, they say anything that is good and solid, the foundation has to be proper. And he started with only a half century and 2 centuries.
Mm-hmm. He has done what is required of him to get some attention in the early stages.
So it's a big man, Cornwall.
And he's bold.
He's bold all over the shop.
He just lost it for a minute. He saw a delivery which was just given just a little more flight, held back a little bit. And he had been patient for so long, Perez. Saw this delivery and just had a big hoik at it. Lost his off stump. And he would be kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion, because we were just talking about the batting between these two, seeming to, frustrate the Leewards just a little bit, and then he allowed the wicket to go just like that.
Well, yesterday evening, Cornwall held back a few, and that's an excellent analysis there, Carlisle, because yesterday evening he held back a few that created problems, and one of the things that Cornwall is well known for is his variation as an off spinner. There he was, holding that one back, and Perez, his eyes must have lit up when he saw that delivery slowing up on him. It dipped a bit, he held it back, and the young man, I think, would be better off for the experience of facing such a delivery.
Definitely. The captain, Anderson, comes out to bat, and he picked up a 5-wicket haul. I haven't heard of him as a bowler before that, but he came in when his spinners were not getting wickets and had a long bowl and picked up 5 wickets. But all of Guyana would be saying this morning, listen, we'll trade your 5 wickets for 100. Just stay out there and bat.
I want to say very good morning to all the cricket fans in Guyana. They're very knowledgeable in Guyana about their cricket. And I'm sure there's a buzz, there's a talk that's going wrong at Starbrook Market. I'm sure that you would have enjoyed your visits to Starbrook Market. You can't go Guyana and don't go Starbrook Market, Carlisle.
Definitely not. And I've enjoyed every single visit to Guyana.
Really hospitable people. You have some family out of Guyana as well. So there's that connection. But I tell you what, there will be some nervous moments now as they've lost their 2nd wicket, and that of Perez.
Wide of the off stump, he's in there to Tej Chandapal, but he allows it to go. He has shown very good discipline so far.
Yeah, he has, and he's noted for that. Of course, a chip off the old block when it comes to that, and he knows more than anyone that should Guyana have a semblance of saving this match, he will be out front. I don't think it's a question of Guyana chasing down 385 runs. That's still required. I think it's all about survival, and it's going to be tough because they're facing a young man who has been in prime form, and someone who I think pretty soon should, in my opinion, get the attention of the regional selectors.
If he hasn't already, Jeremiah Louis. Because it's not that he's just a bowler, he bats as well. And he places a premium on his wicket.
I like him. You look at him and you see he's a cricketer. Feels well, bats well, and also, of course, out of the 3 disciplines, he's noted for his seam and swing bowling. And you look at him and you see intelligence as a cricketer. Pushed away.
Like his use of the crease. That time he just went wider on the crease and presenting something new to the batsman. shows that he's thinking about his craft.
Yeah, he seems to be a thinking cricketer. I like this Leeward's unit. You can see the camaraderie with them, you know. Ever so often, Archibald has been in his air. Archibald and Louis, of course, the only two pacers playing for the Leeward Islands in this encounter. And then again, his younger brother, who is very confident because of what he has done so far. You know, he has been offering advice to his elder sibling.
Chandapal tends to go right across his wicket. And he has to make contact with the delivery, because if he misses, he would be an interesting shout for LBW.
One thing I like about Chandapal, though, I don't know if you would have noticed it, Carlisle, but he plays very late. He watches that ball onto the bat. I was given a story about him when it comes to his training a couple of years ago. This is punched, and there is no run. I was told that his dad would normally take him into the nets and would feed him deliveries. They set it up like a match. So from 10 to 12, he will bat. They will then have lunch. They will then return. He will bat. They then have tea, return, and he bats at the end of the day's play. So that tells me that you build concentration by that. It's a lovely on drive. It's one of the most difficult shots in cricket. I would not ask Richard Berridge to ever try even doing that. And they go back for two.
One thing I would tell you, if you ask Richard to try, he will remind you of some point in his past when he played an even better shot.
You know, the man to a tee. That's a lovely shot there by Chandapal. And it's the end of a probing over from Jeremiah Louis. He will continue to probe.
Very much so. And I suspect that what we're going to see today is that the two fast bowlers are going to be spelled from one end, while the spinners use the other end. So I expect that you'll see maybe possibly another 2 or 3 overs from Jeremiah Louis, and then Colin Archibald being asked to take over from this end.
Well, the captain is there, and he would need to play a captain's knock. He will have to stay with the obdurate, the solid Tejan Chandapal. I think the hope of all Guyanese, and of course the Guyana national team, is that these two can probably stay until lunch, which is about an hour and 20 minutes away. You know when it's lunch, you know, Carlisle. Earl Smitten starts to move. Going for a big heave on the onside.
Looking for that vacant mid-wicket position. But seemed to have come from the edge of the bat onto the pads, because there were no shouts of appeal.
Yeah, you can see that clearly from the replay. Cornwall initially going up and then coming out, pulling out of the appeal. Lovely Saturday morning here at Warner Park. Yesterday afternoon we did get some of the visitors coming in, and of course some of the locals as well. This is Hoyt away, and that's a boundary. So Anderson has just come in, and he seems to want to play some shots.
Absolutely. Second time you have played that sweep shot. There is nobody down at the backward square, and so he picked up a boundary. Didn't seem to middle it that well, because it just trickled across the boundary. Cornwall now, though, he's saying, listen, we'll have none of that. So he's putting in a deep backward square and bringing the fielder from point to on the onside.
I'm not sure that I agree with that. I think Raheem Cornwall should be happy he's playing shots. I would have allowed him to continue, because you have the cushion of still 379 runs.
Correct. Fielder from point has gone to leg slip.
Well, Anderson has come in, and he is looking as if he wants to challenge the target, which is way is as far from here as Barbados. Sure, they're not going to be happy in Bridgetown this morning, reading the daily newspaper and seeing that the Pride lost yesterday, Carlisle.
They would not at all be happy about that. And if you know the Barbados cricket in public, they would be having discussions in every bar, every street corner. When you go to the public markets, they'll be talking about it. And they will have their own ideas as to what has to be done. Who should be in the team? Who should be out of the team? Why a fast bowler was left, according to them, the fastest bowler, why was he left on the bench? And they'll be having those discussions until the next team is picked.
Well, whilst they have that discussion, you and I can have a discussion about the rise of Windward Islands cricket. We have been seeing that over the past few years.
And they're top of the table so far in this competition. But they have been doing well, not just this year, but in the previous years. And look at their youth cricket as well.
Mm-hmm. Also, the Leeward Islands, they have been on the up. I made a comment yesterday that when West Indies cricket is strong, Leeward Islands cricket has to be strong.
And we have to see the team playing better. Leeward started poorly. Losing to the academy, that was not on the cards. Nobody would have bet that would have happened.
Yeah, I think they were shell-shocked after that first session in the morning, never recovered. That's another good shot down the ground and crashing into the stumps at the non-strikers end. Luckily there for Kevlin Anderson, Louis didn't get a touch.
Paul wasn't too happy. He's probably saying to himself, I hit it too good, hit it too straight, because he fancied himself getting a couple of runs from that. He's on 47.
Yeah, just back a little bit to that Leeward Islands discussion, and you would have noticed that after that first session, the Leeward Islands fought. In the end, they lost the game, but they fought. I think that first session where they were wrong about 50 for 6, and they never recovered from that. But, you know, they've really come to the party, led admirably by Rakeem Cornwall. They've come to the party here, and they are sending a statement. And when you add, for the next round match, you add the likes of Kyron Powell, who is available. I can attest to that. I saw him yesterday. He was actually in our com box. He came to look for a relative of his. And he's here. And, of course, I think Alzari Joseph should be available as well. That makes this Leeward Islands team even stronger.
Correct. And Nathan Edwards is also with the team. Saw him training this morning.
Yeah, Nathan Edwards, who is also a pretty good little batsman. Has that fighting spirit. Just came off South Africa with the West Indies under-19 team. But it's a dreadlocked Louis. Slashed away by Chandler Paul. Do you think there's merit in Louis trying to go over the wicket to him now? Looking to angle those deliveries across the left-hander and then with the hope of straightening a few?
That's the key. That's the key. Getting the ball to pitch on line and straighten. And if he can do that with the length that he's bowling from around the wicket, might prove some results, positive results.
Here's Louis. Ken, good line. Not sure that I agree with Rakeem Cornwall in terms of the field placement. At this point, I find it's a bit relaxed. You want that extra catcher in the slip cordon. You have the comfort of runs to play with.
And that fielder can come from the onside, I'm sure. Can pull out the mid-wicket and put that person catching.
It's a no ball there by Louis. So you'll turn and try again. I've noticed, though, over the last decade or so, that regional captains have become too defensive.
You do have a point. Even with the comfort of runs.
Here's Louis. Again, that one making some disconcerting height. Chanapol, you can see pulling that bottom hand away. It's the end of a good over again from Louise Probing. And after more thoughts from Carlisle Powell, it'll be Raheem Cornwall to continue.
Shandapal was 40 overnight. He has moved his total to 47. But he is not in any hurry. He has played very resolutely this morning. And batting for him should be second nature. This is what he is paid to do. And he, of course, I'm sure would be looking at the rest of the season and saying, not because he started slowly, that he should still be able to get a good total. The backward squeeze stays in. Down on the boundary. And it's Anderson. But Cornwall from the far end bringing him forward. And it's retrieved by the keeper who runs from behind the stumps. So we still have that fielder who is at a straightish mid-on, short, just on the edge of the pitch.
I like this field setting here by Cornwall. He's attacking. He knows that he's getting some turn on the track. And there's that man just behind Kevlin's pocket on the onside. Having said that, this one goes just to the right of him and gets one.
Have a theory here for the bowling of Cornwall to Shandapal. He's getting into his wicket and trying to leg lance. And I'm wondering if Cornwall possibly couldn't put the leg slip back in.
Well, he's done away with him. He's done at backward square. He's not happy with something there. Big Jimbo. And this time he's dropped.
Easy. It was not a difficult chance at all.
Is that Kofi at?
Looks like Kofi James. Chest height. And straight into his hands and out.
Let's have a look at that again. Oh, that should have been taken. You would have taken that there, Powell, with both hands tied behind your back and you've been blindfolded. Absolutely.
It is as easy as they come, and again it is Shandapal.
You don't want to give him a life here. He's obdurate. Oh, Big Jimbo is not happy. He is not happy at all. Normally doesn't show emotions, but you can see he's not happy, and quite rightfully so.
Can we take a look at it again? Because it was good height. It was not hard at all. And Kofi James just seemed to have been out of it. .83 for 2, Guyana. As we'll take a look at that missed opportunity once again.
Yeah, Shandapal is not one of those players you want to give an opportunity to. It's going to be a change of bowling though. Archibald is going to come from this end as we wait to have a look. Seems to have gotten some. We should have a look at that pretty soon. That drop catch there by Kofi. In the meantime, it's going to be Archibald. See how Anderson faces up to him. He's will be looking to angle that ball across him. Oh, whipped away beautifully through the onside, and that'll find its way into the boundary for 4. So Anderson is showing that although survival should be the mode, he's going to play his shots, the deliveries that deserve it.
And it was there for the taking. A delivery which was pitched into his legs, and he just got inside his wicket. Mid-wicket is vacant, and so absolutely no risk there. And just erring in terms of his line, Colin Archibald. And he'll have to make the correction because Anderson has shown that he's willing to go for his shots if they are there.
So just a handful of spectators here at the ground. Colin Archibald, told he's from Nevis.
Correct.
Struck on the pad, you can probably hear the sound of bat onto that. Archibald initially going up and then pulling out of it. He passes another guy from Nevis there, Carl Tuckett, lovely bloke. Remember doing some commentary with Carl Tuckett in St. Martin with Keith Carty. We didn't see you on Smitten. I was told that Smitten was in Carty's bakery.
I was in St. Martin in November for the Masters Cricket Tournament. I actually did some umpiring in that tournament.
Want to say good morning to Rishi Singh out there, man who has devoted his life to cricket, and when he has time, he sells insurance.
I like the way you put that. The one that pays the bills he does when he has time.
He has time. Yeah. Lovely, lovely guy. You know, you go across to St. Martin and you will see him as a coach, and then at the blink of an eye, you will see he's the groundsman as well. He's fixing the pitch. He's just a great guy all round, and we need more people like that in the Caribbean when it comes to cricket, Carlisle.
And when he finishes on the grounds, he'll say, "Let's have a drink."
That's the best part. That is why I like him for. But I was told by Earl Smith and Carlisle that you have done a tremendous amount of work for the development of cricket. I want to thank you for that.
I've done a bit.
and to encourage you to continue.
Actually coached and managed the under 15s, under 13s, under 19s for more years than I care to remember.
Wow.
Tell you how far back it goes. I coached and managed Carl Tuckett and Stuart Williams at under 19s level.
Wow. But you look as young as Carl Tuckett.
And then I had them at senior Navy's team level and at Leeward's level.
So to be honest, that's excellent. I know you would have won a first class title with the Leewards, the senior team. You would have won
Correct.
A Red Stripe Bowl, is it?
Correct.
Yes. So that's really good. You're top administrator we have with us. I can tell you something. Whatever I need in St. Kitts, I have Carlisle make a call, and it's done. There's one of the lone spectators at the ground. One hoped that his wife didn't send him to the market, and he decided to venture into the cricket. You'll get an earful later. I was also told, whenever I need information here about St. Kitts Nevis, I go to Earl Smitten. And so far, it's been very trustworthy. He has given me excellent information about the lovely, I'm tempted to say Twin Isle. It's going to be Cornwall. He also told me that he's a relative of yours.
That is correct.
Are you willing for that to be public?
Yes.
Be made public?
I will not disown him.
Really, really nice guy, Earl Smitten. One hopes that he's happy with the rabbits this morning. Well, Cornwall continues to chip away, and I don't think Big Jimbo will be happy. Kofi should have taken that catch in the last over. Normally, Joel Andrew is in that position. Young Joel has moved away from there. He's at cover. So, as Carlisle rightly said, they're going to concentrate on the piece from one end and spin from the other.
That makes good sense.
Short, pulled away, and there's runs in that, 4 runs. So Kevin Anderson is showing that he will dispatch bad deliveries, and that was one.
He played it well. Short from Cornwall, and he was back making room and pulling down to the vacant mid-wicket position for 4 runs. And so that takes the total up now to 92 Guyana. And they're not worried about the runs which they require to win. They just have to bat. And so we come to the first water break of the day. And Guyana, they have lost 1 wicket. The Leewards would be telling themselves, listen, we wish that we had Shandapal as well. And they had the opportunity to take him. It's just that Kofi James didn't take the catch at forward short leg.
So we take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Warner Park. First water break completed. Leeward's got in 15 overs in that hour. And it's Colin Archibald to bowl from the media centre end to Shanda Paul, who is playing it away into the offside and doesn't score. One opportunity to dismiss him this morning, not taken by the Leewards. And Shanda Paul is settling once again. He's close to a half century.
And I'm sure the Leewards would be ruining that mischance from Shanda Paul. He's looked very solid today. And he's gotten in behind the line of the deliveries, especially to the fast bowlers. And he has defended well. Oh, yes, this one, there's a lot of appeal.
Good delivery. Touching down just outside the line of the off stump and straightening. And went past the edge of the bat there of Shanda Paul. Very good delivery.
And Carlisle, you were saying earlier on that probably they should strengthen the slip squadron for Shanda Paul and move a man from mid-wicket into the slips. What about opening up the offside a bit more, taking a man from maybe extra cover and, tempting Shanda Paul, leaving the gap there for him to look to drive, as opposed to taking a man from the onside.
That is an option, but I prefer to leave the mid-wicket open and asking my bowler to bowl off stump line.
Well, certainly, as you said, it's an option. And they continue with the mid-wicket. They have this big lead, and yet we see two slips staggered. Of course, there's no gully.
It's good bowling. Archibald just touching down outside the off stump, coming back into Shanda Paul. And of course, this is a time when you want your bowlers to come to the party. Wickets, 8 more required for the Leewards to win this game.
Leewards, though, they would have to take the initiative. They would have to be aggressive and look for these wickets. It's a good batting track. And I think, though, they should be a bit more attacking, a bit more aggressive.
.92 for the loss of 2. Shanda Paul is on 47. And I'm sure that Guyanese everywhere, particularly in the homeland of Guyana, will be following and wishing their team well.
Shanda Paul has batted well so far, and we have seen the captain Anderson come in, and he's looking to play shots. And of course, it's a big target, but at the same time, the batsman cannot afford to get bogged down. And, it's best that the batsman play normal cricket, sensible cricket, and look to have the scoreboard ticking over.
Shanda Paul is a test player. He's just coming off a lean tour of Australia and returning to domestic cricket in the Caribbean. This is exactly what you want to see from one of your test players. You want to see them, given the opportunity, go out there and just bat.
Yes, Carl. I've always felt that once you step down from a higher level, you should excel there. You should make big scores. And we have seen this too often with some of our players around here. They might be coming from playing for the Leeward Islands team. They get into the local setup and they do not score heavily. But, they should dominate. And this is a competition in which Shanda Paul himself should dominate. And we know, though, he's capable of getting big scores. But nevertheless, a bad miss by the Leeward Islands earlier on. Straightforward catch to Kofi James at 4 short leg. And this can never be overdone. The old adage that catches win matches.
The other 3 games in this round have been completed. Were completed yesterday without going into day 4. Wins for the Windwards, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago.
So far, though, the Guyanese batting has responded well to the situation. 92 for 2. And resuming here from a position of some 67 for 1 overnight. This means that they've scored some 25 runs in the day's play so far.
For the loss of a wicket.
For the loss of a wicket, of course.
Played into the onside down to the mid-wicket fielder. End of the over, end of which the score is 92 for 2. Anderson remains on 14 and Tej Chandapal is on 47.
But 25 for 1 though in over and house play, Carlisle, is fairly slow going. But it's a 4-day affair. And Chandapal, we know he's going to stay out there for a lengthy period. In fact, he started this morning with his score on 34, and he has only managed to pick up some 13 runs.
Was actually on 40 overnight.
40, in fact.
But I tell you what, Earl, Guyana would not have minded at all scoring just 20 runs in the hour without losing a wicket. It's all about protecting their wickets today.
Yes, it is.
Don't think that they have dreams of chasing down another 368 to win. Short delivery, played into the offside, finds cover, and there is no run.
All the more reason, Carlisle, for Cornwall to be a bit more aggressive with his field placing. He can't afford to give away some runs in order to try and buy some wickets. Of course, the Guyana team would be looking to take it session by session. And if they could get to the end of this session without losing another wicket, then they would have felt that they would have done well. And technically, if they can lose just 1 wicket per session, then they would be in a very good position to save the game.
Again on the offside and played away to extra cover, and he doesn't score. Chandapal is accustomed to batting for long periods, so this wouldn't at all be frustrating him. He knows that once he's there, that he will be able to get to more than his half century.
And he's a batsman, of course, who has scored a double before. So he knows how to bat long. And you really can't afford to put down players like Chandapal.
Edging, out caught. Delivery which was pitched just a little wider of the off stump by Archibald. And Shandapal was coming forward, not going through with the drive. He took the outer portion of the bat and it flew straight to the fielder at second slip. And so he goes for 47 runs, Tej Shandapal. Guyana lose their third wicket. It's 92 for the loss of 3.
Yes, Durham taking a good catch there, second slip. And in commentators' course, of course, we were just speaking of Shandapal being able to bat long and scoring double centuries. And right on cue, Shandapal giving it away.
Little too close to him for that shot, Earl.
Yes, certainly. And we previously saw him getting behind the line of the deliveries and defending well. And probably a slight loss of concentration at that point.
I tell you what, it was a brilliant setup by Archibald. For the entire over, he pulled it back a little bit. If you look at the first 3 deliveries of the over, he had pulled it back just a little bit. He kept pulling back the length, and then he went a little fuller, but a little closer with this delivery. And Shandapal thought that he had an opportunity to score, and he edged it to second slip where Doran took a really good catch.
Might have gotten to him a little quicker too. Seemed to have been a bit more an effort there by the bowler Archibald.
Good thinking, good setup by Archibald. And the Leewards, they have 3 wickets down now. They're looking for another 7 wickets to win this game, the Leewards. Sinclair comes out to join his captain. And so Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're still 368 runs behind. They're at 92 for 3.
Shandapal was put down by Kofi James, but it has not cost the Leewards too much. And it's a very critical wicket for the Leewards to get at this point. And probably opening the doors further for the Leeward Islands.
Good wicket for Archibald as well because it will lift his confidence.
Oh yes, certainly. And it's good that the bowlers from both ends are looking to take wickets, and they're trying to get batsmen out.
End of the over, 92 for 3, Guyana, with Shandapal being the batsman recently out, caught by Doran off Archibald for 47. And both yourself and Vinod were asking for an extra catcher for the last delivery of the over. First one to the new batsman, there was indeed a third slip.
And this is exactly what we are thinking. There's so much runs in excess at the moment, so much runs. In fact, 368 runs required to win this match, that certainly the captain can very well afford to give away some runs. Cornwall certainly should be attacking a bit more and applying pressure to the batsmen. Remember, Carlisle, I said yesterday, if Guyana gets these runs, I'll stop looking at cricket. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's how tall and hard it is.
Cornwall has been going through his overs very quickly. He has now picked up 2 for 30. 22 overs sent down by him so far.
And he has bowled very well too, Carlisle.
Indeed.
Good variation. And at times he has managed to get some good bounce.
Single to the captain Anderson. He goes on to 15. Guyana 93 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Sinclair, we know, is a very good batsman. He has had a test 50 in his first test match. But he's also a batsman who likes to play shots. And Cornwall will be hoping to break this partnership. Anderson, the captain of the Guyana team, has looked good so far, but he seems to be one who likes to score runs quickly and play shots.
They still have to look for strike rotation. They can't defend every single delivery in a negative way. And he's sweeping, that's a good sweep shot, will go down to the field at backward square. And he'll get a single, Sinclair, to open his account. And at the end of the over, it's 94 for 3 Guyana.
And this is a very critical partnership for the Guyanese team. Wicket here, especially if the wicket falls before lunch, could let the cat among the pigeons.
They have scored 27 runs this morning and lost 2 wickets. So you'd have to say advantage Leewards.
Most certainly. And bearing in mind too that the target is a very large one. In fact, they started they needed another 393 runs. And Lee was picking up 2 wickets really and truly easily. The first session going to the Leeward Islands. The bowlers too, the Leeward Islands bowlers, they have shown some patience.
And have been accurate. They haven't allowed the scoring to get away from them this morning.
It's a 4-day match, of course.
It's good. Good bowling. Just back of a length. And they had the batsman Sinclair coming forward, stretching, playing it safely down to mid-off. But the bowlers this morning for the Leewards, they have responded well.
Certainly. Leeward Islands, of course, they do have a very good bowling attack. There's no doubt about that. And with the expectation of Joseph joining this squad, it would further strengthen the Leeward Islands bowling attack.
One for 11. In his 8th over is Archibald. 2 deliveries left in the over. Earl, I suspect that I'll be seeing you around for Culturama 50.
Hopefully, mainly for the cricket, of course.
Which means that I'll see you twice.
Yes, you should.
The match on Sunday the 4th, of course, is the day before Juve. So you perhaps can stay over and have some Juve jamming.
I prefer to look at Juve. I prefer to look at Juve.
Trinidad and Tobago just had the carnival, but I didn't see any pictures of Vinod.
No, unfortunately, he had to be in St. Kitts. Or we might have seen videos of him. Well, you know, Culturama, the main, I've been there over the last couple of years, but you know, most people come over from St. Kitts for the food fair. And I've been there mainly for that.
Sinclair's driving straight, and they'll have a single. Total will move on to 95, but a good straight drive, not with a tremendous amount of power. And so the fielder from mid-off, who is Mickey Louis, was able to come across and cut it off, and just for a single.
Well-timed shot too. Timed it well, but not struck powerfully enough to beat Mickey Louis.
Just saw a lovely shot of the old manual scoreboard here in St. Kitts.
It's not totally manual, you know, Carl. I think it could be electronically monitored. But at times, I don't think they're using that feature now. But it could be remotely monitored. Well, in some instances, some parts of it, the information could be electronically transmitted to that scoreboard. But it's mainly a lot of manual work on that scoreboard.
Single as it is driven straight down the ground, eluding the grasp of Cornwall. And so one more run to the Guyana total. Sinclair moves up to 3, and it's 96 for the loss of 3 wickets, Guyana.
But Carlisle, even so, around the world, there are some scoreboards that are still manually managed.
I see absolutely nothing wrong with them. As a matter of fact, I like to see my friend Ambrose, who is a one-man scoreboard operator at times and does a fantastic job.
I suspect Ambrose might be at Connery.
Saw him this morning. He said, my game is done and dusted.
Well, sorry.
He was on his way to Warner Park.
Would have been at Connery, sorry.
Driven down on the onside for a single by Anderson. And the score moves up to 97 for 3.
But 97 for 3 is not a bad score in different circumstances.
All of these cricket grounds have their characters. And when you look back, one of the characters you always remember from Warner Park, the old Warner Park, is good old Vince Deming.
And he used to coin the phrase, they say they're young.
Mm-hmm. But they're out there in the sun. He was, of course, the groundsman here at Warner Park.
That's right. For years, we had Bonzo and Nevis.
Absolutely.
And
both knew their pitches.
That's right.
Bonzo would create something that he would tell you that Big Bird will bowl from that end.
That's right.
And Willett will be from this end and Parry will be from this end.
As a matter of fact, I was told a story that he used to subtly move the roller around on the pitch and creates some little ridges for Willett to bowl.
I've heard the stories. I don't know. I have never been able to verify the stories because the people who say that say you couldn't see the ridges with your naked eye.
You couldn't, but they were there nevertheless.
But he knew his pitches.
Oh, yes.
And if he told you it would be fast, it was going to be fast.
Exactly.
And if he said this end is going to spin, it was going to spin.
Yeah, certainly one of those characters, but nevertheless, very good groundsman there at what used to be Grove Park at the time.
Driven into the offside from the outer portion of the bat, no runs. And then you had characters who were not human, like the doll Zola.
So my big guy, of course, who used to carry that doll around. I think Ira Martin at one time used to, I think he probably started the Zola story.
But cricket in the Caribbean is much more than bat and ball. It's also fun and games. It's entertainment.
Well, I could tell you, Carlisle, when Warner Park was different, there was a bar just on the northwestern side of the ground, next to the pavilion, and there were certain guys. They were always in the park to witness cricket, and they never looked at the game. Only when they heard the crowd shouting, they would look up, And these guys came to the cricket, not just for the cricket, but for what the cricket had to offer for them.
And you can find characters like this throughout the cricketing world.
Of course, Antigua had Gravy, for example.
And Mayfield.
And
And Chicky.
So Number of characters. I've always wondered, there was a Blue Food in Trinidad and Tobago, the conch shell man. And he just disappeared from the scene. Well, I would imagine, but I've always done some research to find out exactly if he had died and when he died, because I stopped hearing things about him.
And in Barbados, when we toured with the Leewards, there was one.
Well, also that guy who used to change his suit.
Dial?
Dial. He used to change his suit at each session.
Short ball down the leg side. Good work by Hamilton to tidy up. I remember Wani because he had one hand. And in the other hand, he had his radio. And he was always down in the stand, the sole voice that was shouting for the Leewards. And he would take on a whole stand in support of the Leewards.
I would imagine that you would not forget him.
Not at all.
After getting such support. But the cricket goes on here. And it's 98 for 3.
Good full delivery by Archibald, blocked away. Guyana 98 for 3. Remember, they started this morning. There was 67 for 1. So they have added some 31 runs and lost 2 wickets this morning.
And of course, this has been due mainly, the score has been due mainly to some good bowling from the Leeward Islands. Accurate, thoughtful. But a very important partnership here developing for Guyana.
Cut away into the offside to bring up the end of the over. And Sinclair remains on 4-16 to Anderson. Guyana, importantly, 98 for the loss of 3 wickets. And they won't be concerned about the 98 part of it, Guyana. The 3 in the wickets column, that would be their main concern, and they wouldn't want to lose another wicket before lunch.
Certainly not. Leeward, of course, would be looking to pick up a couple more wickets.
Seems like we'll be having another attacking fielder close in. Or is it just that, yes, we'll have another attacking fielder close in because Mickey Louis has put on these shin pads. And so the Leewards are saying we want more before lunch.
Looks like a bowling change to
Terence Watt?
Carlisle. No, that looks like Kofi James.
Okay. And he was the fielder who was in short under the bat. And so that is the reason why we see Mickey Louis now going under the helmet at forward short leg.
He, of course, is right arm off spin. Captain Cornwall taking a rest and probably trying to offer something different to the Guyanese batsman.
He's not a bad bowler either.
No, I think at one point he would have been the leading wicket taker for the Leewards, probably last year or the year before. Getting some turn there. Slow turn, but turn nevertheless. To the win Saturday, Carlisle, we seem to have a couple more spectators in.
Good delivery by Kofi James and getting the batsman to drive. And it just came from the inside edge of the bat seemed to go onto the pads itself. And so he opened up his eyes, did Anderson on that occasion, and probably fancied scoring some runs down to the cover boundary.
James, of course, tossing it up a bit more, giving it a bit more air. And as I said, he really opened up his eyes. He looking to drive through the offside.
End of the over, and the score remains on 98 for the loss of 3. Kofi James sent down his first over, which was a maiden, and a good over as well, Earl.
Yes, a very good over, and he was not afraid to give it a bit of loop at times, and he varied his flight, he varied his length, and almost got Anderson to drag on.
I've been doing some additional research on this Mr. Richard Berridge, and I'm told that when he was with the West Indies board on tour as the analyst, that he was also part of a band. That the players had a band and Richard played in the band. And then I dug a little further and found out that he did some engineering with one of the leading bands here in St. Kitts, the Sugar Band. So he's a man who is talented.
Certainly. I know his uncle played with a band. In fact, he had his own band, and in fact, he would have had some sound systems for music festival. Adrian Lamb.
Yeah, I'm told that Richard knows a thing or two about sounds.
So I'm not surprised there. Adrian would have played with the Toucan band. He was in charge of the Toucan band for years. You should be familiar with that band.
Because Odell Brown, who is a Nivision, played with Toucan band.
Yes, he was the keyboard man for Toucan.
Richard has been keeping secrets from me.
Adrian, of course, was the bass man in that band. Very talented guy, Adrian Dam, in the music field. And later on, he went into his sound systems. So Richard would have some pedigree.
99 for 3 here at Warner Park. Kevlon Anderson is on 16. He's the captain of this Guyana side, of course. He picked up 5 wickets when the Leewards batted the second time around. He's now in his role as a batsman. Colin Archibald is bowling from the media center end. 1 for 13, and he's in his 10th over.
Anderson defending well, defending stoutly. We just might see Louis back for an over or two from this end before lunch. But Archibald, in the meantime, is bowling quite a good spell.
Turned into the onside by Anderson, and that will bring up the 100 for Guyana. It's 100 for the loss of 3 wickets as Anderson moves on to 17.
So 100 coming up in 58.4 overs. And you would have said earlier on, it's the other column that really matters. 3 wickets down for Guyana.
One delivery left in the over.
Carlisle, lots of people now do not like to look at the longer version of the game, but I still find the longer version of cricket very intriguing, especially when you could get a good competitive match. And of course, there's always the ebb and flow in some of these matches, which creates more interest.
Short delivery, and he's going back. Sinclair trying to pull it into the onside for runs, but the fielder from mid-on, who is Louis, does very well. Tidies up. End of the over is 100 for 3. Sinclair is on 5. Anderson is on 17. And look at this picture on the screen. Wow. You recognize anybody, Earl?
I need my glasses.
I'm looking and I'm recognizing a certain gentleman in the back, on the left of the picture, our right.
Looks like Mr. Berridge.
Ah, Vinod will tell you more about it.
Yeah, good. Thanks a lot, Carlisle. Yeah, that's definitely Richard Berridge, and he's proving to us that he played golf, for the country. As this is pulled away short, bad delivery there by Kofi James, and it's pulled away into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So a bad delivery, and Anderson has shown that he will punish the bad deliveries.
Yes, and no point in the batsman just trying to dig in and not capitalize on bad deliveries. It's critical for them to keep advancing the scoreboard. And once you are advancing the scoreboard, you are building your confidence, and creates an opportunity for you to stay out there also.
So earlier on, you would have seen a picture there, a photo of Richard Berridge in the national colours, and he was quick to tell me that his good friend Zeke couldn't make that team. As it's cut away nicely, just 4 on a point, and the scorers will register 4.
Yes, a very good shot there by Anderson, and he has shown that he's willing to go for his shots. He has been fairly selective also, and he's not looking to give it away by any means, but certainly looking good, playing some good shots.
Yeah, and, well, I was in conversation with Zeke this morning, and Zeke said that Richard can't even dream beating him at golf.
Well, that's Zeke. That sounds like Zeke. I know the man very well.
and actually, Zeke is speaking to me from the golf course this morning. He just called me. This is played away for 1 more. So Kevlin Anderson, 25 of 44. Guyana, they lost their backbone this morning, calling Archibald after 172 deliveries. He was able to send back Chandapal for 47.
Well, you would have said their backbone, but out there is Sinclair, who got a half century in his first test match, and he has been making more runs recently than Chandrapal. In fact, when he toured with the West Indies A team, he also got some useful runs. So this too could be a very critical wicket for the Leeward Islands, Sinclair.
You always feel, though, with Sinclair that he gives you a chance.
He does.
He gives you an opportunity to get rid of him. But the reason I said Chandapal is a backbone, it's really hard to break down that door. And there's, early on you would have seen a lone Leeward Island spectator. It's making a lot of noise this morning, and reminded me of what Carlisle had said about the supporter in Barbados. Has to be a brave man to go into Barbados and battle an entire stand.
That's right. But we are seeing Durham for the first time today. So we might be seeing a double spin attack. Would have thought that the captain Cornwall might have been looking to go back to Louis at the end of Archibald's spell. But
Well,
this is not a bad move by any means.
definitely, it's coming up to your favorite time of day, which is lunchtime, and he may well look to bowl Durham until the break. Durham will have some sort of confidence going into this innings because he ended the last innings well.
In fact, he would have picked up some 4 wickets in the first innings.
Yep. The pick of the bowlers, of course, Jeremiah Louis, and then it was Durham for the first innings.
In fact, he got 4 for 40 in the first innings, so he's a wicket taker, and not a bad move at this point.
I want to say a very good morning to Andrew Mason out in Barbados. I don't think Mason will be happy with what happened with the Pride yesterday. This is Durham. And a nice line to start with.
Well, certainly a nice line. Say good morning to viewers all around the world.
Back, he's cutting and he's gone. You could have heard that, Nick, all the way in Barbados.
Well, the batsman looked rather surprised, Anderson, but there was no doubt in the Leeward Islands player's mind that he had taken the edge.
Durham continues his good form. We'll have a look at that again. And the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, calls his men together. Definitely not one. It was too close to him to play that shot. And although he had a good bat speed, the bat came down quickly, not quickly enough. And he was able to edge that. He's smiling. I don't think he thinks he edges it. But you could have heard that sound from here.
Yes, certainly. It was not only too close to him, but it seems it wasn't the right length to cut either. Be nice to see that again. Probably a bit too full.
Savory will try to be the savior. Yep, not short enough, and of course too close to him to play the shot, and he has to go. Umpire Tuckett points the way to the pavilion with his right hand.
And Guyana would have hoped that the captain would have been there at lunchtime. We just have...
Well, he will be there, but he will not be padded up.
He'll be there in the pavilion.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
Could Savory be the savior of Guyana today? You see?
Yeah, certainly, he certainly has really made things a lot easier for the Leeward Islands at this point. 4 wickets down, picking up 3 wickets and 3 crucial wickets also. And Guyana now would really be in a struggle to save this match. The Leeward Islands having picked up 3 wickets in this session so far. Still has an opportunity to pick up 1 or 2 more.
Well, Savory's first assignment will be looking to be there at the lunch table with his pads on. So he will be hoping to stay out there in the company, of course, of Kevin St. Clair. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 109 for 4. One of the most successful first-class team in recent history in the Caribbean. So they would want to continue. They want to revive things. They've made a number of changes to the national team, and they seem to be going the way of youth.
Yes, of course, they are defending champions here this year.
Well, I was told by some of our Cricket 360 men down at Connery yesterday, the place, obviously there were more spectators at Connery than at Warner Park. And after Louis scored his century, I heard that there was an eruption of applause down there. I was told by our producer on hand, Dylan, that one of the scorers actually threw away her laptop. This takes a thick outside edge running down to third man. Savory's off and running. And she was looking for it after. Such was the joy. And at the time, Carlisle was on, and Carlisle was saying that everyone should be very proud, not only in St. Kitts, but Nevis and the entire Caribbean.
Actually, I've seen a few posts on Facebook, and he has been highly celebrated. I've seen the Minister of Sports here in St. Kitts Nevis congratulating him and posting on Facebook. So certainly a great accomplishment for the young 23-year-old Michael Louis.
Hopefully those in authority see the value that cricket brings, and Louis on this occasion would have been an excellent ambassador for the sport.
Yes, certainly. And I like what the Gonzal, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, said when he was speaking about reasons for bidding for the 2020 World Cup. He said that it's about the youths, it's about the benefits that could accrue to the youths in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He, in fact, would have invested some 30 million in refurbishment at the Andersville playing field. But it's the long-term benefits he was more concerned about. Over comes to an end. 111 for 4 Guyana Harp Eagles. So Guyana would really have to struggle to survive here today as we come towards the end of the first session, and they would not have liked to have lost so many wickets, but 3 wickets going down this morning, 111 for 4. So James will continue from the fine Kofi James.
Kofi
In fact,
it's Walsh.
it's Walsh.
It's Hayden Walsh.
It's Hayden Walsh who comes into the attack.
Kofi has been banished under the helmet at forward short leg. And it's going to be Walsh, the leg spinner. Short, not really timing that there, Sinclair. Now, this is not a bad move, because Sinclair, regardless of the fact that the lunge man just pulled up, if he's going to attack Walsh.
Yes, certainly. He looks to play shots.
So it's Nelson at the moment. Had umpire Shepard been around, he would have been hopping on one leg. Recently in Trinidad, I saw that in a minor league match, an umpire at 111, he was hopping. I wouldn't give away his name, but he one of his section of his left arm was amputated. So he has a long hand and a short hand, and his nickname is Clock.
That's rather interesting.
111 for 4.
So when he signals wide, it's not quite a wide then. So he's outside the off stump, passing very close to the off stump, left alone by Anderson.
Well, he never fully signaled a wide. He signaled a 3/4 of a wide.
Definitely.
I can tell you something. He was a lovely character. Cut away down to backward point. There is no run.
You're right. Sinclair was looking to find the boundary that time, looking to play shots.
So I tell you something, he never had an issue signaling one short.
That's right.
He just put his hands out. Reminding me of that, I want to go back to my good friend Richard Berridge, who of course was a national golfer. I don't know if he gets time these days to play golf, but what I've learned on this tour so far is that he's a musician and a golfer at that. But because he's not a tall man, at the time he was short. They tell me every time he played for the national team, they played one short.
It's rather interesting.
111 for 4, and it's Durham trying to get that one breakthrough again before they go in for lunch. Driving. Savory has looked positive since coming out. And I think of all the players who've come out, you look at Kevlin Anderson, yes, he was a bit too aggressive in the end. I think the message in the Guyana dressing room is that play your natural game. Go out there and be positive. Don't be a sitting duck.
Well, of course not. Because you get bogged down and you allow the bowlers to bowl to you.
Short. There's Savory just going deep into his crease. He's able to maneuver the angles nicely. Goes back for 2.
It's a good shot. I'm just easing it into the onside, forward of square, and picking up 2.
So still 345 runs required. I know cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, but I'm pretty certain that they can't chase that down. From this point, pulled away by Savory. It's in the air, just over backward square. And it's going to run away into the boundary, is it? No. He saved it. A wonderful save down there. And it seems to be Louis. They come back for 3.
So that's not Louis, I think.
Just over his hands. He's a very tall man there. And he wasn't. If he couldn't pull it out of the air, pluck it out of the air, no one on that team could have done that.
Looks like Spencer on the field to me, substituting.
Just a short conference, of course, led by the chairman himself, Jamal Hamilton. Wicketkeepers are the center of the attack in terms of geeing up players, getting them to be on their toes, and Jamal Hamilton is amongst the best of them when it comes to that.
Very lively character, of course, at one point the captain of the Leeward Islands team.
Short, bad delivery, punished. They come back for 2.
So the Guyanese players, they're prepared to put away the bad balls, and they're looking to score runs. We're approaching lunch on day number 4, though.
The arm ball played back hardly. It brings the over to an end, and with just about 2 minutes to go, we should get in 1 over again. It's going to be Big Jimbo Cornwall from the southern end.
So what could very well be the last over before lunch. Cornwall coming back, just giving Walsh that solitary over, and he replaced him. But perhaps not a bad move at this point. He certainly bowled well today, so I think he would fancy himself picking up a wicket at this point. Perhaps he should be attacking a bit more, perhaps a leg slip, as opposed to a short fine leg.
ball over to lunch. Worked away. I think early on, Carlisle had called for that leg slip for Cornwall. That was when Chandapal was batting. One might have been handy on that occasion. Here's a big Cornwall. You can see Savory reading him off the pitch. Can the big man produce something special before lunch?
Savory's looking to force though.
Yeah, he's looked positive. I've looked at Savory coming out and I've enjoyed his approach. Looks very positive indeed. Just has to mix that with watchful defense, because as I said before, there's no way that Guyana can get to that target. And the best option from now is to try to save this match, which of course is a mountainous task. Oh, was there an edge? It would have ricocheted from the pad of Hamilton down to forward short leg, and the fielder at forward short leg just couldn't hold on.
Don't think it might have come from the edge of the bat. Might have been from the pad of the batsman.
Still, and Hamilton, being Hamilton, still essayed an appeal. That's the end of the over. The bails are flicked by Hamilton, and the walk off as food is served. We take a short break. We'll be back in about 30 to 35 minutes or so. This morning, Guyana resuming, having lost just the one wicket, and this session they lost 3, including the very important wicket of teacher Ryan Chandapal for 47, and of course their captain Kevlon Anderson, who fell after an enterprising 27. That's the situation at lunch. It's 120 for 4. The Harpy Eagles looking to save this one.
Welcome back to Warner Park, where the fielders are heading out. Umpires already there, and the batsmen are in the middle. Guyana at lunch, 120 for 4. Sinclair is on 7. Savory is on 9. So it means then that Guyana this morning added some 53 runs, losing 3 wickets. The target, 340 from here on in, that seems a very, very long way away. But the Leewards would be thinking that having picked up 3 wickets this morning, that they're in with a huge chance of bowling out Guyana and securing full points in this game.
Well, Carla, good afternoon. Good afternoon to viewers. Of course, that target is secondary at this point. I think the focus at this point would be on 6 wickets for the Leewards, and whether or not the Guyanese batsman could save this one. And right now the odds are very much against the Guyana team. Having lost some 3 wickets in the pre-lunch session, they're very much up against it at this point.
Doran came into the wicket just before lunch, came into the attack just before lunch, and picked up a wicket. So his good form in the game continues, and it means then that he has earned the right to continue bowling from this the pavilion end. Before lunch, 8 overs, as he's into the attack, immediately on target. 8 overs and picked up 1 for 22. Daniel Doran.
Of course, that follows up his 4 for 40 in the first inning.
That bowls what looks like an arm ball. And there was Sinclair going on the back foot and just playing it away on the onside.
Ill-advised shot there by Sinclair. Going back.
That's a good delivery. Touchdown outside the off stump, and brought Sinclair probing at it. It went through for Jamal Hamilton to take.
So the over certainly started well after the luncheon interval. And the Leeward Islands bowling throughout has been very good, very tight. They have not given much away.
RLB Airport in the background, and they get really busy on a weekend. Doran shorter, played into the offside, won't score though. Sinclair was driving this one away to bring the field at point into field. Hit in the air over the head of the fielder at mid-on, and he will get a boundary, does Sinclair. Aerially, but well clear of the fielder at mid-on, and no chance of a catch.
Sinclair is the type of batsman who's always going to give the bowler a chance, and there we saw him in the first over after lunch, clearing deep mid-on and picking up 4. But I'm sure his heart must have been in his mouth after he played that shot. But in the end, he cleared Louis by a long way and picked up 4.
As we see Jamal Hamilton sending the ball back to the bowler Cornwall, and Ramdani had to duck and pray that Cornwall would catch it. No harm done though. Cornwall is reassuring Ramdani, we don't mean you any harm.
Of course, Carla, nowadays we see some umpires wearing helmet while officiating. Some even have a guard.
Cornwall loves to bowl from around the wicket to the left arm batsman. he's doing just that.
And I've always wondered why, because you would figure that you would be looking to turn it away from the left-hander.
Well, I'm sure that he would give himself a better chance of the LBW if he's bowling from around the wicket. From over the wicket, and he pitches outside leg. It's not going to be out, but there's a single. And Guyana moves on to 126 for the loss of 4.
Seems to love bowling from that far end also. And I've seen him here at Warner Park a number of times, and certainly most of his overs would have come from that end.
This one is hit in the air down to the wideish long on position for 4. And so no nonsense there by Sinclair. Gets another boundary, and he moves up to 15. Leewards won't mind that too much.
Certainly not. Certainly not. And that would give them a chance of picking up a wicket. Sinclair, of course, could easily make an error and probably hold out in the deep. In fact, we see mid-wicket being placed. Durham taken from the offside and placed into deep mid-wicket. So there's also the long on back on the boundary, and you see long off retreating a bit.
Another single to Sinclair. So he moves on to 16. It's 130 for 4, Guyana.
So Spencer has been on the field before lunch. He, in fact, was the fielder who fielded that ball a while ago. There seems to be a fielder off at the moment. We'll sort that out for you in a while. I'm looking for Casey Carty.
End of the over, 130 for 4.
In fact, it seems as though it might be Casey Carty who's off the field at Carlisle. And he would have been off the field since, well, prior to the luncheon interval. So we are hoping that he's not injured.
Sinclair is getting a single, driving down to the fielder at mid-on. And so he goes on now to 17. West Indies Cricket Board flag flying in the breeze, which is good. Nice cooling breeze for the players. Edging past the field at slip and going down for 2 runs. And so Savory will move to 12. But just pushing at this and getting it off the outer portion of the bat that time.
The probing delivery there from Durham.
Doran, of course, plays his cricket for St. Martin, same as Casey Carty, same as Nathan Edwards.
He would have played for Holland also. I understand he went on a tour with Holland fairly recently.
South Africa. And as Vinod said, they do play a lot of cricket in St. Martin.
Yes, they do. I've been there a few times. I've seen them. They seem to be well organized there.
Delivery which is driven down to wideish long on for 4. And the Savory just grasping the opportunity to come forward to a delivery which was a little bit overpitched and got himself 4 good-looking runs. So he moves on now to 12, and it's 133 for 4.
We have been saying that
He's in fact on to 16. It's 137 for 4.
we have been saying, Carlisle, that it's almost impossible for St. Martin to get these runs, but these 2 batsmen, they've come back here after lunch and they have picked up the tempo. So far, they've scored some 17 runs, and we would have had about 3 overs completed, and they're going at a good clip. Still, the current run rate is just over 2 runs, to about 2.5 runs per over. So they're way behind at this point. The Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Four more. Delivery outside the line of the off stump, just a bit short. And Sinclair gave himself room and spanked it down to the vacant cover boundary for 4. Takes him up to 21. 141 for the loss of 4 wickets, Guyana.
And scoring these runs and settling in after lunch puts the pressure back on the Leeward Island bowlers.
But the bowling hasn't been as tight after lunch.
No, definitely
Some
not.
loose balls which have been capitalized on.
What they have done too is to disperse a couple of the close-in fieldsmen. I think at one point there might have been a silly point. There's just a slip on the forward short leg.
Good delivery by Cornwall. Just gave it a little bit more ear. Held it back slightly but guided away into the offside. Another single. Sinclair moves to 22. 142 for the loss of 4 wickets. Guyana losing 3 wickets in the morning session.
For the left-hander now we see the silly point and forward short leg being employed. And there's also a slip.
Attempted a sweep shot to end the over. No runs. Kimmel Savory is on 16 and Sinclair is on 22. Delivery which was probably pitched outside the leg stump. Not going to hit. Big Jimbo didn't even bother to appeal.
So another over comes to an end. And you see the umpire Danny having some words there. In fact, they're looking at the ball. Perhaps there might be some damage. In fact, he's going down to umpire Tuckett. So probably there's a bit of damage to the ball, Carlisle.
Is it that the balls are not made as strong as the older time balls, or is it that nowadays the fielders complain a bit more?
Well, they've actually called for replacement, which would suggest to me that there's something really wrong with that ball. But you know, this has been a complaint worldwide with the different brands of balls and the juke, the cockaboo. You know, they've all had their problems, and probably they're not made as strongly as before. Probably a particular animal is not fed as properly as before, so we're not getting good thick leather.
I'll tell you something, they cost quite a bit. You would be absolutely surprised to hear that balls are going at $150 US each, not for the box.
That's over 405 EC dollars, 150 US each. And I've been told that the balls are very expensive. And at one point, I think they were making some of the white balls with a chip in them. And I'm sure that must have been even more expensive.
As we look across to Nevis, home sweet home. And when Vinod does get across to Nevis, I'll take him to the hot baths. Make sure you walk with your shorts, Vinod. Had some young cricketers across the Nevis playing, and after the day's play, took them across to the hot baths, and they were absolutely amazed at the temperature. 105 degrees at the hottest point, and just naturally occurring. So that is something for visitors to Nevis to do. Go and take a soak in the hot baths. And up to now, it's still absolutely free. Umpires are taking some time to select the next ball to replace this one. This one has gone 68 overs. And so there is a bit of a break in play.
60 overs, of course, another 12 overs from the allotted 80 overs for a ball to be used.
New ball.
It's changed from the new ball, the second new ball, of course. So some care and due attention would have to be taken in order to select one which is very close to a 68 over old ball. But everyone seems to be satisfied. It was shown to the batsmen, and they were about to play recommencing.
Seems to be some discussions down there between the captain, Jamal Hamilton, and that looks like Kofi James, having a discussion with the umpire Ramdani. I wonder if they are saying, let's have a change to the change ball.
Well, the batsmen would have looked at it and they seem to be quite satisfied with the ball that was chosen. But quite possibly the Leeward Islands players, they're not too satisfied with that one. But in the end, let's wait and see. In fact, he's throwing it to Tuckett. So the discussion goes on.
Of course, the umpires have the final say in situations like these. They are the ones who select the replacement balls. And as a matter of courtesy, I've always known it to be a matter of courtesy, Earl. They show it to the batsman and they show it to the fielding side. So the captain has had his look at it. They don't seem to be too satisfied. And the umpires have conferred. And umpire Carl Tuckett has tossed it back to Captain Cornwall.
long and short of that is that that's the ball that is going to be used.
68 overs have been bowled, another 42 remaining in the day's play. Thank you very much. That is 42 before the final hour. Remember yesterday, by the end of the day's play yesterday, the Leewards had already sent down some 35 overs in fact.
So it should suggest that 33 overs would have been bowled.
Good stop down at backward point. Short from Doran and cut away into the offside by Sinclair.
So it would suggest to me that some 33 overs has been bowled today so far. Still a long way to go in this day's play. Carlisle, I haven't heard you speak about any of those ferries today, so they must be taking the day off.
Trust me, as there's a misfield down at mid-off, it's going to run close to the boundary. They'll get a couple and come back for the third run. As it was Louis who went diving across to his right and missed it. And so the batsmen grasped the opportunity to take 3. Savory will move on to 19, and it's 146 for 4.
In fact, Louis should have stopped that one. And he fumbled a bit, it allowed it to go past him on the right, and the batsman capitalizing.
Well, trust me, on a Saturday, there are more trips than during the week by the ferries coming down from Nevis and going back up.
In fact, as we speak, I can see one coming down at the moment. The Leeward seems to be a bit relaxed since the luncheon interval.
That's a delivery that was coming back in with the arm, and there was Sinclair shouldering arms. The bounce. That bounce that I've been telling you about all game is what saved him.
Yes, certainly. And as a matter of fact, he not only shouldered arms, but in fact moved away from his off stump. He back towards the leg side. And that one would have knocked the stumps back.
And the replay suggests that he completely misread it. It was not outside the line of the off stump, and he left it in line with the stumps, but the bounce saved him. Coming forward again is Sinclair. End of the over, it's 146 for 4 Guyana. 69 overs in fact have been completed in this inning.
So not a bad over there by Durham. He conceded 4 runs, but 2 of those runs was due to a misfield there by Louis. And looking to tighten up a bit. And you would have said earlier on that the bowling of the Leewards has not been as good as it was before lunch. And they will be looking to, if they want to win this game, they will be looking to tighten up a bit.
Cornwall is in his 28th over. This one is worked into the onside. They'll get a couple of runs. Louis is chasing back from backward square. Do they want 3? No, that's not Louis. That's Archibald. He seemed to have gone slowly after it, and the batsman grasped the opportunity and came back for a 3rd run.
Well, we see the Leeward's conceding a bit. In fact, it's the right-handed single comes into strike. So the silly point moves away. Okay, Louis goes to short backward square. And the short mid-on is put in place.
Sinclair is looking to sweep. This one passed over the bat. Again, the bounce that we have seen. Not sharp turn, but the bounce has been consistent. Going back and steering into the offside, Sinclair. Again, trusting the bounce. On a pitch that was up and down, you wouldn't have seen him attempt something like that.
Don't think that one bounced as much as he anticipated, though. But as you rightly said, Carlisle, the bounce has been consistent. And the batsmen, they can very easily trust the bounce here. We have not seen anything really keeping low.
Loud shout for LBW. He's given out by umpire Ramdini. He was again attempting to sweep. This one was straighter. And he was attempting to sweep Sinclair. Not advised at all. As we look at the replay. Cornwall from over the wicket. Pitched on. Hit full. That's going to be out every single day of the week. And so Sinclair has gone back to the pavilion. And Guyana lose yet another wicket. They are 5 down for 149.
Carlisle, I wondered why he stood there for a moment. That certainly was plumb in front, and that would have probably hit between center and leg. A very good wicket to get there for the Leewards, and a very good decision there by the umpire, Ramdani. So, blow struck, the first one struck after lunch, and it's now 149 for 5. But we always felt that Sinclair, we always felt though that Sinclair, who is an aggressive batsman, would always give the Leeward Islands a chance to pick up his wicket. Top scorer replaces him. That's Ali Mohammed, who top scored in the first innings. He got 41. But the very critical wicket going down there of Sinclair. So Leeward's inching towards a victory. Just another 5 wickets, Carlisle.
Meticulous care being taken with the field setting. Savory is the man who is facing. Daniel Doran is over the wicket to the left-hander. He's working in the onside, shouts for a single, and Archibald didn't pick up cleanly. Perhaps was a little bit slow off his mark as well. But there is a single to Savory that takes him to 23, and the 150 has come up for Guyana. 150 for 5.
That was to the good side of Archibald, and he fumbled a bit, but I felt that the batsman would have made it. He had to move a bit to his right, and the single quickly taken. Savory played it into the onside, called, and Ali Mohammed responded. And I have a sneaking suspicion that they would have made it in the end, even if the pickup was good and the throw was good.
Mohammed is in at number 7, top scored in the first inning.
Yes, 41.
Chanced his hands a bit.
Yes, it did. In fact, he started that way, and then he settled down, and he got some 41 runs. But this is a different challenge for him now. And that is trying to steady until the end of the day's play.
Beautiful shot of the RLB as a plane comes into land.
It's usually busy at this time of day. We would have a number of flights coming in. American Airlines, for example, coming in on a Saturday afternoon.
Shorter, played into the offside, no runs. One ball left in the over. Played down to short third man. Ali Mohammed will keep the strike. He gets off the mark. He's on one. It's 151 for 5 as Earl Smithen takes his leave. And Vinod will come in to join me in just a little while. Warner Park, of course, is the home venue for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. CPL will come up later this year. And so there will be 2020 excitement in St. Kitts. But at this time, it's the Harpy Eagles playing against the Hurricanes. And it's a 4-day encounter. Good afternoon, Vinod. Hope you had a good lunch.
Yeah, good afternoon, Carlisle. Yes, I did. I finally got goat water after so many years, coming here. It's the best goat water you can get in the Caribbean. And your good friend, the vice president of St. Kitts Cricket Association, she said that, she knew I was looking for it, and she got it for me. And this is the sort of treatment that you want and that you're getting. So hats off to her. I want to thank her for that.
They also had some good bullfoot soup and some good chicken soup.
Nah, just had the goat water because I've had it here a couple years ago and it was really, really good. Actually got it right by the gas station behind the Southern Stand, and it was really good.
They had the kind of food that you get on a Saturday in St. Kitts. So you had mashed banana, yams, potato, some good fish, chicken, mutton, and pork.
I swear you were attending a wedding. The amount of food you had downstairs there.
Cornwall is bringing Anderson. That's not Anderson, that's Ali Mohammed forward. And he gets another single. Takes him off strike. And he'll move to 2.
Well, Ali Mohammed was a bit stubborn to get rid of in the first innings. He initially started playing a shorter ball and then settled down nicely. So he's still there. He's still a worry. Savory has played well, 23 of 28. He's looked very positive. I think the Leewards would think if they can get through this pair and probably Purmall, that they could bring an early end to this.
Guyana, of course, they didn't get a bat in their first game. That was against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force over at Connery. And no play after day 1. So this is the first time that they're getting a bat in the 2024 4-day tournament.
So again, you can see Savory there. Just allowing that one to come on to him, playing it just behind square. Very quiet day at the harbour. No ships around. Is it that they don't come in on a Saturday, Carlisle?
You sometimes get ships on a Saturday. Don't have any today. I will have to check the schedule to see what it says for Sunday.
Well, I know recently you had the biggest cruise ship ever assembled on your port, the Icon. It was iconic, wasn't it?
It was, and it brought visitors from all over St. Kitts and Nevis to have a look at it.
Did they allow the locals to go on to have a look?
Just the officials. You had to be a top official to get on.
Well, then you were there.
I believe that Earl Smith might have represented me.
It's the end of the over. Another over comes an end there from Raheem Cornwall. It's 152 for 5.
And he has now completed 29 overs in this inning, Cornwall. So say what you will about him, he does put in his fair share of work when it comes to bowling his overs.
Definitely so. And he continues to show that he is the top spinner for the Leeward Islands. Gets the returns. He has 3 so far. And his spin twin, Daniel Durham, has one for 39. Durham has not been as sharp after lunch. 1 or 2 deliveries, yes, but in the main, he hasn't been as sharp after lunch as before. He must have had some goat water. Or he didn't.
The way you spoke about that goat water, if he had it, he would have been bowling better.
I think he wants to go for some more. This is why. He's wondering whether or not there's any left. I know that the Leeward Islands, Shino Berridge has been the man assigned to ensure that the players get what they want. Good delivery, turning away. Squares up Ali Mohammed a bit.
I've known a few commentators in the region who make it their business to be good friends with the cooks.
Oh my golly. Here's Durham. Well, Pawtucket is on move. Let's have a look at that. Cornwall is asking Ramdani for his opinion. Let's see.
Well,
to me,
look to come off the bat and straight into the fielder at silly mid-off.
I think he's out.
I think he's out. They're having a conference now, but let's look at it again. Look to go straight to him.
Yeah, I think he's out. Excellent catch there by Kofi James.
I think the signal is not out.
Not out, says the umpire. We can probably have one more look at that. I think he's out.
I think so. I'm not seeing the bounce on the ground, but the umpire said no.
So the Leewards, they're hungry now. They're sharp out there. They want this victory.
Arm ball again. This time pitched a little bit wider. And there was Ali Mohammed just shouldering arms.
Ali Mohammed is a brave man. The previous 2 deliveries came from the front of his hands. And that one was the arm ball. Ali Mohammed probably thinking he was going to come in front of the arm, in front of the hand again. But no. Good variation here by Durham.
End of the over is 152 for the loss of 5 wickets, Guyana. And 2 to Ali Mohammed. Kemal Savory is on 23. And the Guyana looking to save this game. They have a long way to go if they are to win. So I believe that has been taken out of the equation. But what they do know is that they have 5 wickets to protect.
It's just going to be the big man himself to continue his 30th over. 30 out of 73. So he's doing a similar job to what Permol did for Guyana. That's a nice shot there by Savory. It's extremely hot outside.
Yeah, the only saving grace is that the breeze is better today.
So Guyana losing 1 wicket so far after lunch. The Leewards would want to double up on that as they march towards victory here. Appeal from Cornwall, more in optimism than conviction. That was clearly missing leg. It was also missing probably one of the ships on the port as well. Cornwall is not happy. Normally, the fast bowler is not happy, but Cornwall, I don't think he wants to extend extra energy at this point in time. He has already sent down 29 overs, and he knows that if his team are to win this, he'll have to bowl a lot more. He's struck on the pad, he's gone!
Yep.
Raheem Cornwall strikes. 4 wickets for the big man, and he particularly enjoyed that. It's the fastest I've seen him run in recent times. That celebration. Oh, he was dead as a doorknob.
It was very well bowled. You look at it again. Very, very well bowled. And the fielders knew as soon as he had missed it and that had gone into his pads. Out LBW to Cornwall. And so wicket number 6 goes down for Guyana. Raheem Cornwall is now 4 for 51.
Well, Cornwall didn't even turn back to appeal because he was so sure that was as sure as getting goat water on a Saturday here in St. Kitts.
Definitely so.
153 for 6. And all sorts of problems now, and probably the last saving grace could be Purmall. Who knows?
And Cornwall probably would have been saying to himself, you see, you pulled away, you made me a little bit angry, and look what happened. You have lost your wicket.
Yes. Cornwall, just one shy of 5, continues to be a top wicket taker for the Leeward Islands here. This man brings tremendous value to this franchise.
In a number of ways, not just for his wicket taking, but you know you have to bowl 90 overs per day, and Cornwall is going to give you, on a good day, he's going to give you 25 of those 90.
Yep. Also, can't underestimate what he does with the bat as well. He's a proper batsman.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you something. I've seen him take some blinders at first slip.
Absolutely correct.
One remembers that famous catch against Bangladesh that brought the West Indies a Test series victory. So he's letting them rip here at the moment, Raheem Cornwall. Just out of the reach of that straight short mid-on, and he gets one. He gets off the mark. He's off and running, Purmall.
And he was advancing down the pitch as well.
Well, he loves to advance. He even advances to the fast bowlers, Purmall.
Since the lunch break, Guyana, they have lost 2 wickets. They have added some 34 runs. They wouldn't be too worried about the runs being scored or the rate of their scoring, but they would be very, very concerned about the number of wickets. 6 are down now.
So just 4 more, and they'll bring us to the end of this game for the Leeward Islands. I think at best, as Carlisle was indicated, at best Guyana can probably look for a draw here.
And not the kind of start that the defending champions would have thought they would have to a new season.
No result against the TNT Red Force, and now the staring defeat here. squeezed away. He's going to come back for 2 here, definitely. So quicker delivery there from Durham. Like Gary Pemberton likes to see. Flatter, faster.
He's enjoying a day off. His
Yes.
game being completed yesterday.
Yes, he did message me last night. Enjoying the day off, Gary. Hospital administrator, is he?
Yes, he is.
Another man from Nevis.
And played cricket for Nevis as well as a fast bowler.
Looking at him, you would have thought that he was probably a spinner or a batsman. He doesn't scare you if you meet him in an alley at night. I tell you, Earl Smitten will. But someone tells me that Earl Smitten was a gentle off-break bowler in school. Let's say good afternoon to Victor Eddy, another part of our panel. Earl tells me he lives very close to the ground. Well, when Earl told me that, I said, Earl, everyone lives close to the ground. It's the end of the over. It's 156 for 6.
Permal is on 3, Savory is on 24. At lunch was 120 for 4. Sintley was on 7, Savory on 9. Guyana since lost Savory LBW to Cornwall for 23, and Ali Mohammed LBW to Cornwall for 2. And so Cornwall has now picked up 4 wickets.
Pushing forward, pushing a bit early, went uppishly but away from Kofi James.
It's a good thing that Michael Louis is not the captain. I think he'd have about 20 people fielding. You look at Michael, he's excited and excitable, and
Yeah.
he's looking to put a man everywhere, telling the captain exactly where people should be.
Yeah, he's asking Cornwall. Cornwall, with his very calm demeanor, he's just going about his business. The last shot, though, that Savory played, or at least was trying to play, I just couldn't understand it. Now, there are acres of space on the onside. There are 3 fielders in. No one is back. So I think that is getting to him. He was trying to slap that ball from outside the off stump. Ball him! Big Jimbo looks to the heavens, has just gotten 5.
Yes, and a good delivery. And again, you observe it quite clearly. He was looking to the onside, looking to turn this one into the onside, but he didn't factor in the cleverness of this Cornwall. He was a little bit faster, and it just skidded on him, and before he knew it, he was out bowled.
A brilliant piece of bowling by Cornwall, also a brilliant bit of captaincy. You could see Cornwall setting up Savory, and Savory was actually looking to milk runs on the onside. And, you know, that is a bit disappointing because runs are not the order of the day for Guyana at this point in time. You know, he should not have gotten himself tied up or carried away with that. I think Adams is the man coming in now. So 156 for 7, and Earl Smitten gets very excited when the chickens come onto the ground. They're actually 4, and as it's a weekend, they've brought a young one to look at the cricket as well.
Might find themselves in a pot of soup.
Well. 156 for the loss of 7. And Raheem Cornwall, again, Carlisle, yet again, he has impressed.
Definitely. He's a wicket taker. And he is also a much better bowler than people give him credit for.
If you look at him carefully, you would realize just how intelligent of a bowler, of a cricketer that he is.
I have to back check something. My scoreboard here is telling me that Savory was LBW.
No, he was
saw the
bold.
stumps knocked back.
Yeah, he was bold.
But on the scorecard here, it is saying LBW. I'll check with my scorers.
Yeah, your scorers need goat water. Here's Cornwall looking for 6. Adams is forward. Adams showed in the first innings he can handle himself a bit with the bat. And there are 4 guys, including Louis, around the bat at the moment. Squeeze away. There's a chance to run out here. And wrong end.
Wrong end, and Hamilton is animated.
He's livid.
Because Adams was halfway down the track when he was sent back.
Yeah, and Archibald there attacked that one nicely. And I think had Archibald turned and just realized what was happening, he was looking to throw on the run, and that was the problem. Had he just slowed down, he would have realized what was happening, and I think Hamilton would have had Adams back on the way to the pavilion. And Jeremiah Louis, seeing the funny side of it, he's having a good laugh. But it's 7 down, and I'm sure that gentleman there, I don't know if you know him, and there's one behind him who resembles a guy called Gordon Pear. And he's very animated at the moment. But the Leewards, they're in fine fettle on this Saturday afternoon here in Basse.
Having picked up 3 wickets after lunch. Purmall is advancing.
Well, Purmall is in a hurry.
Yep.
He gets 1 more. Durham would take note of that.
I mean, all that he needed to do was to toss it wide. Let the keeper do the rest.
And I thought, though, it's funny you will bring that point up, Carlisle. I thought, though, that Purmall left home early.
Too early. In that the bowler should have seen him leaving home before the ball was released. That is why I said toss it wide.
Plucky Adams comes forward. So, a couple of spectators. Just I wouldn't say it's a crowd. It's a gathering more than anything else. They've come onto the ground to probably look at the final rights.
And not only that, I want to assure you that in years to come, hundreds will say that they were here to see Michael Louis score 100 in each inning.
Well, about 40,000 people, I think, at the end of the display, around 40,000 people would have been on at some point during the day when he scored that century. Well, you got me a bit worried there, Carlisle. I know that you're a politician as well. And when you said in years to come, I got a bit anxious, I dare say, because in Trinidad there was this politician who was given a speech, and he said that, you know, you're speaking at a function at a cricket club, ironically, and it was I'll give the name of the club but not the individual. It was Monroe Road Cricket Club in the Central, and they had done some renovations to the facility, and they put a walking track around the ground. He said in his speech, and I quote, he said that all the investment we have made here will benefit the residents in previous years to come. Well, I might add, he started his speech by saying, tonight is a red letter day.
Cornwall has picked up 5 for 52. Guyana 7 for 157.
Well, he can end with 8 here, the way he's bowling at the moment.
They sent out the man at middle wicket for Purmall and a long on as well. He's driving on the ground, brings the fielder off the long on boundary. That looks like the substitute Spencer. single to Palmal, he goes to 5.
The thing about Purmall is he could handle himself with the bat. We know that. But the thing about Purmall is that he always gives you an opportunity to get him out. He's going to play shots. Young Louis is going to come under the helmet just to have a conversation, I'm sure, with Adams. Louis has been directing after every ball. Reminds me of a police officer down by Amoy's Bakery. Amory Bakery it is?
Amri, yeah.
Amory Bakery in Bastille.
And they're celebrating 75 years.
Wow.
And so after the day's play, you can try your luck because today is buy one, get one free for their bread.
We will have some bread today.
Okay.
75 years. Wow. I thought Earl Smitten went to the opening because he was just 5. You're going to hear the voice of Earl Smitten very soon. I will take my exit and leave the local boys to bring it home.
2 deliveries left in the over.
I see Carlisle Powell. Ever so often he's glancing to the left. I think he's wondering when is the earliest boat back to Nevis. Tossed up tantalizingly. Adams would not fall for it. Mightn't be a bad option though to Purmall. In the air, and Raheem Cornwall has
Gets
taken 6. The big man. He smiles. His subjects comes around him. And look at Louis. He's having a good time, isn't he?
It was a full pitch delivery. And he was playing right across the line of the delivery. He took a leading edge and went straight back down to the fielder who was there straight at mid-wicket. And so Raheem Cornwall, you can't keep him out of the game. He has picked up another wicket.
I think he's going to end with 8. He has taken 6 so far. And a well-deserved drinks break. I think at this point in time, we take a short break. When we come back, the mayor of Halfway Tree will join Carlisle.
158 for 8 Guyana. Really crumbling from their lunchtime position when they were 120 for 4. Cornwall has picked up all 4 wickets to fall in this session. And so he has now picked up 5 wickets in this inning, Cornwall. 6 in fact.
So this has been an excellent spell by Cornwall coming back after lunch. And this is really going downhill fast for the Guyana Harp Eagles.
Drive in is Promal. Finds the fielder coming off the long on boundary. And so he gets another run to take him on to 6. Guyana 158 for 8. All the other games in this round were completed yesterday. Wins for Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Windward Islands.
And of course, we expect this one to finish early, unless there's some late resistance here by the Happy Eagles. With 8 wickets down. But Carlisle, we would have seen some good cricket so far in this match. Leeward Islands, of course, dominating from the word go, having won the toss and electing to bat. And then amassing a big total, 352. Then bowling out the opposition for just 188. So it has been all Leewards for most parts. And I think, Carlisle, this is one time you would have fancied being. In fact, this could be another one. The appeal goes up, and he's on his way.
I think he was bold smitten.
Bold, in fact, yes, bold, in fact. Let's look at the replay. Bold, he seemed to have
was
covered
bold.
everything.
Seemed to have had everything covered except his off stump. And the ball rocketed into his off stump. Doran has picked up wicket number 9 for the Leewards, and it's finishing in a hurry here.
In a hurry, Carlisle. And this has been good from the Leeward Islands. Coming back and not starting too well after lunch, but then tightening up and picking up the wickets. Your man of the match, Carlisle, I'm giving you the difficult task now.
Oh, that's a very, very difficult task. I'll have to think about it. It's either going to be Mickey Louis or Mickey Louis. I'll have to decide between them.
Okay, Carlisle. So 100 and 100. Definitely a very easy task for any adjudicator. That consecutive hundreds in consecutive innings, in fact, in the match. But Carlisle, you were reading out some information earlier on this morning as we speak of Louis. And interesting, Carlisle, it took 24 years before another Caribbean batsman had scored a double.
24 years?
24 years, 1977.
Oh, you're going back that way.
And then 2001. Took 24 years. There was a gap of 20. I should correct myself and say there was a gap of some 24 years between that double.
Well, that's not the longest gap, Earl. You have to go back to between the period 1970, when Joey Carew scored 164 and 101 against Jamaica at the Queen's Park Oval, and 2001 when Stuart Williams scored 160 and 114 against Trinidad and Tobago at Boracay Park.
Oh, actually, I read it. You were saying 1977, but it's 1970.
1970.
So you're correct. So that's even longer. That's an extra 7 years there, Carlisle. So that's what, 31 years?
31 years.
Yes. And here's a mix-up. So yes, Carlisle, I really thought you had said 1977, but I probably misunderstood you. So that's even longer.
A little bit surprised that only 2 players from the Leewards are on that list.
Yes, I am. I am. Because we have had some prolific players in the past.
And here is Thorne flirting at the delivery outside the off stump. Doesn't touch it. End of the over, 159 for 9 Guyana. They've batted for 79 overs. And the Leewards are within 1 wicket of victory. Devon Smith, the only player to have done it twice.
Yes, and, he, of course, has been very prolific at the regional level. But, of course, we had people like our own, Stuart Williams is on the list, but we had people like Onaka Moulton, for example, was very prolific at regional level. And Keith Atherton, they would have done well at regional level, very prolific. So, kind of surprising. And, of course, you have to mention names like Viv Richards, Jim Allen, those names, who, Walstonato, for example, was very prolific at Leeward Islands level. In fact, many felt that he should have gone on to make the West Indies team. And the one season had the most runs in regional cricket.
And then you can say that there are players who have done it at test level, who have not done it at regional level in terms of a century in each inning of a test match.
Well, we speak immediately of your son, Kyron. Lawrence Rowe, of course. And we could name a few other players who would have done it at test level and not at regional level. But Leeward's just one away from victory here this afternoon. Pomal seems to like running down the track. Was he running down the track and being beaten and struck on the pads?
Cornwall is 6 for 53.
So it's been a very good spell by Cornwall. And he really led from the front out there. Now we see long on, long off being brought in. In fact, mid-wicket also being brought in to prevent the single to keep Pommel on strike.
And he's hitting this one high and hard for 6 per maul. With the field in, and there is no chance of any fielder out there catching that one, so he has picked up 6.
Well, of course, Leeward wouldn't mind. What they want to do is to keep the non-striker Thorne, Isaiah Thorne on strike. And couple of deliveries left in this over, in fact, 1. And Cornwall wouldn't mind giving away another 6 in order to keep Pommel on strike.
Drive in on the onside, just no runs there, so it's 165 for 9. Pommel is on 12. Isaiah Thorne is on 0. Cornwall has picked up 6 wickets in this inning.
And Durham, who has picked up 2 so far, will pick up the attack from the media center end. And he would be looking to wrap it up here for the Leeward Islands. Isaiah Thorne, who we saw in the first innings, seeming to like to take out the long handle, is in strike.
Made 14 in the first inning, Thorn, before he was out to door and stumped.
And Carlisle is a deep mid wicket and a long on for him. In fact, we see Cornwall calling in the long on and long off. In fact, mid wicket is being called in also. Perhaps encouraging Thorn to try to go over the top.
And the person who was down at deep mid wicket on the boundary is the double century maker. Double century should define that century in each inning, Michael Louis. And he goes under the helmet at forward short leg.
So, applying pressure here, Cornwall. Thorn is defending. Perhaps he should bring the mid on in also. And just as we speak, he gets an easy single, Carlisle.
And puts Permal on strike. Thorn is on 1. It's 166 per 9. 295 runs behind. I don't think that would be the major concern for Guyana at this time.
And for that reason, I don't think that they need long on and long off. These fielders should be in run-saving position, especially for the batsman Thorn. Encourage him to go over the top. But lots of time left in this game. And lots of runs left to be gotten also.
Advancing down the track again is Permal. And just plays it back to the bowler on the bounce. Played into the onside. It will go for 4. And he was looking for a single, but just hit that one too well.
Yes,
I think he wanted to keep strike Permal. But the 4 takes him on to 12. And it's 166 for 9.
And of course, Leeward wouldn't mind that 4. Because I suspect even if they were 2 runs on, Permal would have stayed for just the single.
Well, you heard the shouts from the field. It might have been from the keeper, Jamal Hamilton. Let it go for 4.
Yes.
You would prefer to have Cornwall bowling at Thorn. Cornwall, 6 for 59.
There's a vacant cover area there, Carlisle, just on the offside city point slip, mid-off. In fact, as I speak, Louis.
There is American landing at the RLB International Airport. Right on schedule as well. Cameraman has been taking some fantastic shots.
Yes, he certainly has. Good cameras too. Good lenses.
That's what you get from Cricket 350.
360.
360. 360. Right around.
Right around. Of course, the most expensive part of the camera is the lens. And it suggests to me that they have invested quite heavily in some good lenses.
Covering 4 venues, fully equipped at all 4 venues. That's what you get from Cricket 360.
And the quality, of course, clarity.
Thorn is beaten outside the off stump. Jamal Hamilton is excited.
Cornell, of course, looking for his 7th wicket. The Leeward Islands would be hoping to wrap this up as quickly as possible. So the Leeward Islands, having started the season well, have come back quite nicely in this game, only the 2nd game of the season.
Thorn is playing this one on the onside. They're looking for 2. Walsh is quickly across, but he can't prevent 2 runs. And Pomal was always going to come chasing back because he knows that there is only 1 delivery left in the over. And he's trusting Thorn to bat out this 1 delivery.
Carlisle, you have been manager of the Leeward Islands team for a number of years. So you should be able to tell me the last time the Leeward Islands would have won the regional competition.
You're putting me to rack my brain. I'll have to go into the archives.
Seems to be quite some time ago.
End of the over, 172 for 9 Guyana. This behind by 288, but that's not a major concern. What would be the concern is that 9 wickets are down. Thorn, the last man in, is there on 3. Permal is on 16.
Yes.
That looks like the great scorer Ambi taking a stroll around the ground. His game finished yesterday. That's a game over at Connery. Trinidad and Tobago lost 5 wickets in chasing down 59. 4 wickets in chasing down 59.
So, just a lull in proceedings as the helmets go out.
I think the Leewards have decided we have had enough of this. Let's take the new ball.
Well, a pretty good move by the Leewards, I would think. And, wickets have been falling so fast that, I've hardly noticed that some 82 overs has been bowled.
Scoreboard showing 172 for the loss of 9. Thorn is on 3. And his partner Promal is on 16. Scoreboard switching over. And we are showing 82. The scoreboard is saying 80 overs bowled. Showing the overs remaining 31. And the Leewards would be hoping that they don't have to take all 31. It's a new ball. And it's in the hands of Jeremiah Louis, who is bowling from the media center end.
So Louis with 3 slips, a gully, a point and a mid-off. We'll take the new ball against Pramod. Just 3 on the on, mid-on, short square leg, long leg. So Lee was looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible.
20 over World Cup coming to the Caribbean in June, Earl? You taking in any of the games?
Well, hopefully. We know also that there are some matches in the US. And the closest to us, of course, would be Antigua, of course. But nowadays, the thing is you get all this cricket on TV. So there's no real desire to travel to cricket matches now, especially bearing in mind that getting around in the Caribbean is very difficult.
Short ball pulled away handsomely for 4. It was short and sat up, and Permal said, yes, I'll have me some of that. And in fact, it went all the way for 6.
Sounded very good coming from the bat, Carlisle. It was short, much too short, and given the full treatment there by Permal. This is not the length Louis should be looking to bowl at this point. He should be going up, right up to the batsman, into the black hole, and looking to finish off this innings. But that was well struck.
Sounded sweet coming off the bat.
Certainly.
Short again, wider this time, and Permal was swinging again but missed it completely.
It's too short again. And with a good number of runs in front, 282, Louis could afford to attack the stumps more and carry the ball further up to the bat. Probably looking for a bit of swing. We expect though that if the opening bowlers cannot pry out the last batsman, we might see Cornwall into the attack very quickly.
Driven, and this one will go for 4 in the air over the head of the bowler. And Permal has moved his score up by 4 to 26. And it's 182 for 9 at the end of the over.
Permal is enjoying himself. And he has an opportunity to add some runs to his name and improve his aggregate. And he's making full use of the opportunity. But Philip, in fact, Archibald, some strange reason I keep calling Archibald Philip. Of course, there are a number of Phillips who would have played cricket for Nevis. Last one, I think, Delvin Phillip.
Colin Archibald will be bowling over the wicket to Thorne. 9 wickets down.
Archibald should be looking to attack the stumps of the tail ender, the last man at the crease here for Guyana. I think he should be going full up into the black hole.
Captain has decided he wants 3 slips for Archibald,
which should suggest that the length he wants Archibald to bowl. But Archibald a bit too wide this time.
Thorne was just with the West Indies under 19 side in South Africa, and perhaps thought that after that tour he would have had some time off at home, but called up when beaten was called for a suspect bowling action.
Now we see some further changes in the field.
Captain has decided to dispense with the forward short leg and go with a fourth slip.
Makes a lot of sense to me. The objective should be to attack just on about off. Taunton plays this one well though.
Defends well, does Thorn. Goes away into the offside, finds backward point, and no runs.
And it was a good delivery. Right on target. On a good length.
These matches are played from Wednesday to Saturday. And so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, the teams get to rest, recharge their batteries, do a little practice, get ready for the next game on a Wednesday. Thorn is again defending nicely. 2 deliveries left in the over.
Of course, to Carlisle, our good friend Vinod, he gets an opportunity to take a well-earned rest and maybe see some more of the federation and hopefully take some time out and go over to Nevis.
Well, he's in St. Kitts. I hope you have taken him to Black Rocks.
Well, unfortunately, no.
A drive along the Southeast Peninsula Road?
Unfortunately, no. I've not been. I've taken him to St. Paul's. I went to St. Paul's with him to look at the grounds there.
Brimstone Hill?
No, Carlisle. In fact, on my couple days off, I've hardly had time to get certain things done. You know, when you retire, you seem to have more to do.
But you do it at your pace.
Exactly. But having had to be here for these 4 days, it takes a bit of your time out.
St. Kitts is a delightful island to explore. And I'm sure once you get the chance to get around, you'd appreciate the history and the beauty of the place. It's 182 for 9.
Yes, it is. And speaking of St. Kitts and Nevis, Carlisle, yesterday my good friend Preach accosted me. He met me when I was leaving the ground. He said, well, I have a charge against you. You said that umpire Danny is from Trinidad and Tobago. And then you said Carl Tuckett is from Nevis. You should say St. Kitts Nevis. I say, my good friend, my apologies. You are so correct. But what that tells you, though, is that people are looking at the stream. And I know quite a number of folks in St. Kitts, they are following the cricket. They are looking at the stream. And I'm certain it's the same thing over in Nevis.
Absolutely. Spoke to my good friend John Maynard, who is in England. Spoke to him this morning. And he was able to give me details of the Mickey Louis inning and of the match and his thoughts. It means that Coach John Maynard has been looking, listening, and following.
Certainly. And I'm sure he would have had some words of advice to pass on.
He himself played for Nevis and the Leeward Islands as well.
The dentist, of course.
Had express pace.
The dentist. And you could ask our good friend Zoel Bartley about that.
Driving in the air, over the head of the bowler. 4 more runs to Permal. He has gone on to 30 And the score is 186 for 9.
Well, he's feasting a bit on the ball in here. Pomal. Son was driven powerfully to the right of mid-on. And quickly traveled to the boundary for 4.
Just a little too full. He was right there in the slot. And the Pomal took up the invitation and earned himself 4 runs. He's 30 from 28.
And Louis has switched to down the wicket. And has made some changes to his field also. There are just 2 slips now.
Up in the air, Hamilton says, mine, mine, and he takes the catch. Pomal goes for 30, caught by Hamilton just forward of square in that position. And so the Leewards have won this game. And this is coming from losing their first game to the academy. As we look at it again, delivery which was shorter, wider, and lured Pomal into the shot. He was eyeing that mid-wicket region. And earlier clock, you heard from Jamal Hamilton, mine, mine, ensuring that there was no collision. And so he was able to take the catch, and the Leewards have won.
What was good there from Louis, though, Carlisle, is that he switched from over the wicket to around the wicket and angled it across Pomal. And Pomal was looking to heave it into the onside. He took a top edge, and the balloon in the air, it was in the air for a very long time. And as you rightly said, the keeper Hamilton shouted, mine, mine. And he always looked as though he was going to take that catch. And so he did, and took a very good catch indeed. And it's all over. And the Leeward Islands winning this one.
So we can recap the game for you and tell you that in this game, the Leewards in their first inning reached to 352 for the loss of all 10 wickets. Mickey Louis getting his maiden first-class 100, 113, 77 to Jamal Hamilton, and 54 to Cornwall. For Guyana, the leading bowler was Ali Mohammed, who picked up 5 for 69, and then a wicket each to Thorne, Cadogan, Pomal, Sinclair, and Adams. Guyana in response reached 188 all out, with 41 runs going to Ali Mohammed. The wickets then being shared between Doran, who picked up 4 for 40, Jeremiah Louis 3 for 42, and a wicket each to Archibald and Cornwall. The Leewards did not enforce the follow-on. They decided to bat again, and they reached 295 all out, 130 going to Mickey Louis, and that followed his 113 in the first inning, and 31 to Archibald. The wickets, Anderson, the captain, picking up 5 for 57, and Ali Mohammed picking up 2 for 66. So, Guyana went to bed last night, and they were at 67 for 1. Shandapal was on 40, Perez was on 20, and the batsman out at that point was Nando, who was caught by Terence Ward of Cornwall for 2. This morning, Perez was bowled by Cornwall for 23 at 75 for 2. Shandapal was caught by Doran of Archibald for 47, 92 for 3. Anderson caught by the wicketkeeper Hamilton of Doran for 26. It was 100 for 4. And at lunch, 120 for the loss of 4 wickets, with Sinclair on 7 and Savory on 9. It happened in a hurry after lunch. Sinclair was LBW to Cornwall for 23 at 149 for 5. Ali Mohammed, LBW to Cornwall for 2, 153 for 6. Savory, bowled by Cornwall for 24 at 156 for 7. Adams, caught by Jeremiah Louis of Cornwall for no score, 158 for 8. Cadogan, bowled by Doran for no score, 159 for 9. And then Pomal, the last man to go, he was out, caught by the wicket keeper Hamilton of Jeremiah Louis for 30 at 186 all out. And the wickets then going to Rakeem Cornwall, who picked up 6 for 61, 2 for 48 to Daniel Doran, and then a wicket each to Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald. And so the Leewards then winning by 273 runs. And the story of the game must be Mickey Louis getting 113 in the first inning and then coming back in the second inning and ensuring that people would remember his name for a long, long time, because in the second inning he ensured that he scored another 130. Earl?
Yes, certainly the story of the game is definitely beyond any doubt, beyond any shadow of a doubt. Those 200 scored by young Michael Louis, and he certainly had a very good match and would easily be the player of the match. But Leeward Islands winning today, and Carlisle will just like to tell viewers that there's one match to follow here in St. Kitts. The Leeward Islands Hurricane comes up against the Trinbago Red Force at Warner Park, and this match takes place next week from the 21st to the 24th of February. And of course, all things being equal, we would be on hand to bring you coverage of that match. But congratulations to the Leeward Islands. They certainly outplayed the Guyana Harpy Eagles in a big way, and certainly they would have bounced back from the shock loss in the first round when they lost to the West Indies Academy. But the key thing here, Carlisle, is that they would have had some very good performances from their batsmen. Louis in particular, we saw Hamilton getting a 70 in the first innings also, and the captain Cornwall getting some runs, and then of course Cornwall picking up those 6 wickets in this match, and he himself having a very good match.
So that's how we leave you from Warner Park in St. Kitts by telling you that the Leewards have completed victory against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, winning by 273 runs. We'll be back with you Wednesday of next week. Until then, goodbye.